Up until recently, the superhero genre dominated pop culture. These days, however, that dominance seems to have faded after one too many flops and a lack of innovation. In certain circles, this shift away from capes and crusading is something to be celebrated, but for me there will always be an allure with superheroes. Since my early childhood memories of watching Christopher Reeve as Superman, I've had a fondness for the DC universe. But beyond the page, the greatest superhero adaptation wasn't one for the big screen or even for live action. No, the greatest superhero saga began in 1992, with white eyes piercing black shadows. In 1989, the Tim Burton directed Batman movie was a gargantuan blockbuster hit. Not only did the film dominate the box office, but it also kicked off a merchandising boom of the kind not seen since the original Star Wars movie. The 80s and 90s were also a huge boon for comic books, especially DC Comics. The Comics Code Authority, which had heavily censored the art form since the 1950s, was losing much of its sway over the industry in the 80s, when DC decided to publish acclaimed works like Watchmen and The Dark Knight Returns without the organization's approval. This gamble paid off hugely, with the industry's push into darker, more adult territory met with strong sales and critical acclaim well into the 90s. While a sequel to Tim Burton's monster hit was already in the works, the Batman rights holders Warner Brothers were looking for ways to capitalize on The Dark Knight further. They had already conquered the big screen and toys, so logically television was next. Batman had previously appeared on the small screen in the 1960s, in the form of Batman starring Adam West. Though a huge hit at the time, it was retroactively lambasted by hardcore fans of the character who accused the show of cheapening the source material. As it happens, the 60s Batman show was what introduced the title character to one Bruce Timm. In his 20s, Timm began a career in animation, working at Filmation on shows like He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. His career saw him hop between many different studios, including Don Bluth Productions and DIC Entertainment, before landing a job at Warner Brothers Animation on the studio's debut television show Tiny Toons Adventures. Though Timm would go on to be hugely influential on Batman the Animated Series, the impetus for the show came from the division's president, Gene McCurdy. McCurdy had effectively built the television arm of Warner Brothers Studios up from scratch, bringing over several of her former colleagues from Hanna-Barbera Productions. However, by 1990, McCurdy was growing tired of working in children's cartoons, and so when the edict came down from Warner Brothers to develop a Batman animated series, she jumped at the chance. McCurdy approached Bruce Timm almost immediately, as she knew he was a huge fan of the character. She also approached background artist Eric Radomski. Although Radomski was less of a fan, the trio all agreed on the general creative vision for the show. To understand how much of an impact Batman the Animated Series had, one has to understand the climate of television animation at the time. Though comic book censorship was waning in the 1980s, on children's TV it was alive and well. Saturday morning cartoons like Transformers and G.I. Joe, beloved as they are, were extremely limited in terms of content. Violence was heavily sanitized, sex references were completely off the table, and each episode often had to include an easily digestible message by the end. All of this was anathema to what McCurdy, Timm and Radomski had in mind for Batman. Inspired by Tim Burton's film version and comics like The Dark Knight Returns and Batman Year One, the trio also drew from Max Fleischer's iconic Superman serials of the 1940s. These comic book influences were also infused with a love of classic Hollywood noir and Universal monster movies. While Timm designed the characters, Radomski's experience as a background artist fleshed out the world of the show. Radomski combined the retro noir and gothic horror aesthetics into a look Bruce Timm would later dub Dark Deco. Radomski sought to capture the hard shadow look of films like Citizen Kane by drawing all of his backgrounds on black paper. Rather than darkening an image, Radomski brought the environment out of the shadows with the careful application of light. Timm and Radomski worked together to create a short sequence to sell the studio on their pitch for the show. The finished sequence, animated almost entirely on ones and set to Danny Elfman's Batman theme, demonstrates the duo's bold stylistic strengths beautifully. Following the screening, not only did the studio greenlight the show, but McCurdy promoted Timm and Radomski to lead producers. They had sold the show, now they had to make it. Their first task was assembling a voice cast. For that, they hired Andrea Romano, a veteran stage actor and director, to find the right actors for the job. Finding the right voice for the title character took a long time, with well over 500 actors either considered or auditioned.
And then we had one of those fine casting moments where an actor walked into the studio. His name was Kevin Conroy.
I had no experience with animation, and I just went in basically on a voiceover audition. I said, well, let me just come up with some voices. Let me just try some stuff. So I came up with this very dark, and I went into this whole other place that no one else had gone to, I guess. And I saw them all running around in the booth, and I realized that I had touched a nerve.
The room of producers and writers and people sat together and said, we are done. We have found the voice of Batman.
Kevin Conroy was a graduate of the renowned Juilliard Acting School and initially began his career in New York on Broadway before landing a role in the soap opera Another World. Later he moved to California where he continued his stage career at the Globe Theatre, performing in Shakespeare and contemporary productions. Just as before, he soon segued into television work, such as playing lawyer Bart Falmont in Dynasty, and he landed regular roles on O'Hara and Tour of Duty. Conroy had little experience as a voice actor at the time, having only done a few commercials, but he was told to treat Batman like any other production. He later explained that he treated Batman as the real identity, while Bruce Wayne was the mask, a nuance which Bruce Timm and the other producers respected and were immediately excited by how serious the actor was taking the role. Rather than searching for voice actors, Romano looked for what she called actors whose voices had character. Clive Revill was initially cast as Alfred Pennyworth, but he was later replaced by Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. Zimbalist was a veteran of stage and screen, best known for his roles on 77, Sunset Strip, and FBI. Though American, he was able to shift into a convincing English accent to play Alfred. Bob Hastings had extensive live action and voice acting work before taking the role of Commissioner Gordon. He had previously voiced Superboy in Filmation's series The New Adventures of Superboy. Other actors with characterful voices included Robert Costanzo as Harvey Bullock and Lauren Lester as Dick Grayson, aka Robin. Playing Batman's arch-nemesis the Joker was originally Tim Curry, best known for his scene-stealing performances in the Rocky Horror Picture Show and Stephen King's It. However, Warner Brothers executives allegedly deemed his performance as the character to be too scary for a young audience, so he was let go. While searching for a new Joker voice, Romano reached out to Star Wars star Mark Hamill to see if he'd be interested. Hamill was a huge Batman fan and was delighted to take a stab at voicing the character. Unlike the other actors, Hamill chose not to use his normal voice, but instead create a new one for the character.
I was driving to the first recording session thinking, how did I laugh? I'm on the freeways in Los Angeles. No, that's not it. No, that's not it. Now, I'm sure no one in Los Angeles would look twice at somebody. Look at that guy laughing maniacally in his car.
Unlike other animated shows of the time, Andrea Romano decided to have actors in a scene record their lines together, somewhat like an old radio play. This was done to give the dialogue a natural rhythm and chemistry, which would be hard to accomplish if each line was done separately. Much of the actual animation work for the show was outsourced to various companies in Japan and Korea. A good chunk was handled directly by the Warner Brothers team, but they were primarily responsible for designing, boarding, writing, and directing the series. The design work also included stylized title cards for each episode, created by Eric Radomski. For the music of the show, the producers were happy to reuse Danny Elfman's theme from the Batman movie. However, Elfman himself was too high-profile a composer to commit to the actual series. One night, Bruce Timm was watching a documentary about Elfman's music for Batman and noticed that the conductor of the orchestra was not Elfman himself, but Shirley Walker, who was a composer herself. In another departure from animated TV shows of the day, Walker was given a full orchestra to score each episode with, to lend the series an operatic quality.
We did the voices for a good 6 to 9 months in '91, before any artwork came back. And then had to start doing ADR to sync up the voices. And Mark Hamill and I were in the ADR room together the first day, and they started this in the sound room in this full screen with this symphony score comes up and this lights come on and this, full screen image of the show. Can you imagine what it was like to be sitting there? And we were both just, they came time for us to do our lines, we were both just staring like this. I looked at him, I said, did you have any idea that this is what we were working on? He said, I didn't have a clue that this was gonna look like this. It was breathtaking, it was so beautiful.
The first episode of Batman the Animated Series premiered on the 5th of September, 1992. The first episode of Batman the Animated Series, On Leather Wings, isn't one of the show's strongest, but as a showcase of the show's style, tone, and overall atmosphere, it makes the ideal first impression to hook the viewer. After the previous decades of kid-friendly, stiffly animated, simplistic toy commercials, On Leather Wings is immediately striking with its dark deco style, fluid movement, striking compositions, and spectacular score. We're drawn in with a mystery as a police officer spots a winged bat creature passing by his aircraft.
Oh, there it is.
There what is?
It looked like bat wings.
And then thrown back in our seats as the blimp rises above the clouds, breaking through the fog into the moonlight as Shirley Walker's incredible music crescendos. Within minutes, the viewer is firmly rooted in this hauntingly beautiful world. The entire episode is replete with eye candy. There's an intricate use of hard shadows which wonderfully evokes that classic Hollywood noir style. At times Gotham City resembles an Edward Hopper painting. It's just gorgeous. The plot is relatively simplistic, a clever blend of noir mystery and gothic horror. When a spate of robberies occurs across Gotham, witnesses describe the perp as an enormous bat creature, implicating the Dark Knight in the crimes. It's a robustly written and plotted story featuring some terrific guest voices, such as Star Trek Deep Space Nine's Renee Aubergenois.
I thought maybe you could tell me if I have a bat problem.
And what if they are bats, Mr. Wayne? What then? Destroy them like insects?
The twists and turns are generally predictable, with the neurotic Dr. March being a rather obvious red herring, and the true culprit being Dr. Langstrom. However, the presentation is so sumptuous it doesn't much matter. The reveal of Langstrom as Man-Bat is strikingly well directed. Director Kevin Altieri's choice to reference Fantasia builds the creature up as a genuinely powerful threat, rather than the B-movie ghoul it so easily could have been. After a death-defying action sequence which feels ripped right from an Errol Flynn picture, Batman successfully subdues the creature and restores Dr. Langstrom. But like all the best gothic horror, there's always a lurking danger which threatens to emerge once again. On Leather Wings originally aired at prime time on Fox as a showcase for the rest of the series, which aired on Fox Kids. Targeting the series premiere at an older audience was a huge show of confidence on the studio's part. This was not the regular Saturday morning entertainment to occupy the little ones while parents read the newspaper. This was a very different beast, and critics and audiences took notice. Batman the Animated Series started strongly, but the best was yet to come. Though Bruce Timm and Eric Radomski's vision for Batman was clear from the outset, it did take some time to fully coalesce in the series proper. While On Leather Wings dazzled with its animation and atmosphere, few early episodes of the show surpassed it in terms of writing. Nothing to Fear, Pretty Poison, and POV are strong early episodes which further cement the mature storytelling and unique style. POV is especially interesting as it features no supervillains or bug-eyed monsters at all. Instead, it's a hard-boiled crime thriller which puts Harvey Bullock and the show's original character Renee Montoya front and center. Despite its short runtime, it's a compelling slice of noir which simply wasn't seen in kids' television at the time. An unsung ally of the series was Avery Coburn, who was head of the network's broadcast standards and practices. While her job was ostensibly to censor cartoons, she instead used her knowledge of the field to help the production team walk right up to the line of what was acceptable on children's TV. This meant Batman the Animated Series could get away with things contemporary shows never even attempted. This gave the show an edge and maturity which made it enjoyable viewing for kids and adults alike. It's arguable that without Coburn's help, gritty detective stories like POV and gothic horror tales like On Leather Wings never would have happened. Even so, the show's identity took some time to fully form, with some rather weak episodes early on in the first season. Christmas with the Joker and I've Got a Batman in My Basement are far too light-hearted compared to the other outings. Serviceable children's entertainment, but lacking the substance of most other stories. Meanwhile, The Underdwellers and The Forgotten are rare outright misfires. Both episodes struggled to reconcile their gritty subject matter with the show's tone and were ultimately hampered by network censorship. Reflecting on The Forgotten, Bruce Timm said, "I didn't want to do this show from the very beginning. Sean Catherine Derrick was big on doing shows with social messages, and my big problem with message shows is that you can't solve the world's problems in a half-hour cartoon. If you raise the issue of homelessness, what can you do? It makes the episode look very exploitative because you're just using the problem as an exotic background. You can't discuss the problem on any meaningful level in a 22-minute action cartoon." After these stinging failures, Timm and the other writers made sure to keep their focus squarely on character-driven stories. Borrowing a similar approach to Tim Burton's Batman movies, the protagonist of an episode is often the villain. As writer Paul Dini said, it was important to know the why of these characters. This focus on character is where the show excels. Even sillier Silver Age villains like the Clock King end up with great standalone episodes.
At 3:15 on the dot, those hands will come together, and you'll be crushed like an insect.
The success of this refocusing, however, is most apparent in the monumental two-parter episode Two-Face. In the run-up to his re-election campaign as district attorney, Harvey Dent is constantly hounded by mob boss Rupert Thorne. As the pressure mounts, a dark side of Harvey's personality awakens. Two-Face is another powerful statement for the series because it essentially concludes a subtly woven story arc throughout the early episodes. Harvey Dent is not a one-off character, but a recurring presence in many episodes, with established relationships with Bruce Wayne and Commissioner Gordon. He's someone the audience has come to like, which is why the events of this two-part episode pack such a punch. Villain origins as character studies had been done in previous episodes, but never in such depth and detail. Veteran character actor Richard Mull puts in an excellent layered performance. His voice as Harvey Dent is strong but pleasant and personable.
I want you to know that I voted for you 2 times.
Well, ma'am, I trusted was in 2 separate elections.
But as Dent's condition worsens and his temper comes out, Mull shifts the voice into growling shouts of anger.
You little weasel! I'll tear you apart!
A mid-ground between Dent's usual voice and the gravelly, guttural tones of Dent's other personality.
I'm going nowhere, Missy. If anyone's leaving, it's Mr. Goody-Good.
The animation direction is haunting and surreal at times, with abstract dream sequences and flashes of lightning which foreshadow Harvey Dent's eventual fate. A visual motif which is used to heartbreaking effect when this good man is finally overtaken by his dark side.
Harvey, what happened?
After Dent's downfall, Part 2 focuses more on Batman's guilt, giving us deeper insight into the Dark Knight than any previous episode.
Why couldn't you save me? Why couldn't you save us, son?
Though Part 2 has more action, the climax remains focused on character.
It's all right now, Harvey. I'm here.
The series boasted many strong episodes before this, but Two-Face is where Batman the Animated Series truly comes into its own, and it's stunning to watch.
For you, Harvey.
Considering how strong Two-Face is, it says something that an even greater triumph comes soon after in Heart of Ice. During a heatwave in Gotham, a series of inexplicably cold-related crimes puts Batman on a collision course with the formidable Mr. Freeze. Heart of Ice is not only a standout example of all of Batman the Animated Series' strengths, but it's also an example of the show elevating the source material. At the time, the comic book version of Mr. Freeze was little more than a gimmicky bank robber, and had been inactive since the Crisis on Infinite Earths event. Revamped on the page by Paul Dini and redesigned by future Hellboy creator Mike Mignola, Mr. Freeze appears in the animated series as a tragic and complex character. As Batman investigates Freeze's crimes, he uncovers his origins as a cryogenic scientist working to save his wife Nora from a terminal illness. But when heartless Gothcorp boss Ferris Boyle interrupts the experiment, Victor loses his wife and is transformed into the vengeful villain.
Yes, it would move me to tears if I still had tears to shed.
Heart of Ice is an astonishing piece of work, filled with iconic, beautiful imagery, astounding music, brilliant vocal performances, and rich poetic dialogue. The episode is anchored by Michael Ansara as the Sub-Zero villain. It's a striking performance, robotic and cold, but with just enough hints of emotion to remind the viewer of the good man Freeze once was.
To never again walk on a summer's day with a hot wind in your face and a warm hand to hold. Oh yes, I'd kill for that.
The icy motif, once a simple gimmick in the comics, becomes a powerful visual metaphor in the episode. Victor Freeze is literally frozen in time, unable to get back what was lost and unable to move on. He is trapped, frozen in place with only frozen memories, which can never again give him the warmth he craves.
I can only beg your forgiveness and pray you'll hear me somehow. Some place where a warm hand waits for mine.
Heart of Ice took home the Primetime Emmy Award for Outstanding Writing in an Animated Program. It is an award well deserved for what might be my favourite episode of the entire show. As well as Batman the Animated Series does tragedy, it's by no means tragedy all the time. A key part of the show's success is that it knows when to have fun with some solid action-adventure, like in The Cat and the Claw. As a terrorist plot unravels across Gotham, Batman encounters daredevil thief Catwoman, while Bruce Wayne finds himself attracted to Selina Kyle, Catwoman's secret identity. As hard as Batman's big screen outings have tried, none of them have come close to capturing the bristling chemistry and intricate dynamics of the Bat and the Cat's relationship as seen in this two-parter. The numerous chases and fights between the two play out like elaborate flirtations, with a clear indication that they have each finally met their match.
Never trifle with the affections of a woman. Until next time.
And there will be a next time.
For as much rightful praise is given to Kevin Conroy's Batman, I've always felt Adrienne Barbeau's performance as Catwoman is extremely underrated. It's strong without being snarky, and sultry but not too obvious.
Have you told the police you found your cat burglar?
Not yet.
The cat and mouse games extend to both characters' alter egos, as Selina Kyle and Bruce Wayne orbit each other in a dynamic reminiscent of Cary Grant and Grace Kelly in Hitchcock's To Catch a Thief. They maintain a veneer of harmless high society schmoozing while still investigating the simmering conspiracy from different ends without giving their true identities away.
Where'd you learn to drive like that?
Oh, I've been going to the Paris Grand Prix for years. You know, one of these days I think I'll enter it.
The only weak point of the two-parter is the villain, Red Claw. Though strikingly designed and well voiced by Star Trek Voyager's Kate Mulgrew, Red Claw isn't nearly as interesting as some of the show's other original villains. That being said, the plot works well enough to facilitate a healthy mix of fights, chases, and Bondian action set pieces. If Red Claw was the main focus, the episode would be quite forgettable. But thanks to Catwoman's inclusion, the two-parter is an engrossing slice of action-adventure.
Something for you to remember me by.
A far more successful original villain appears in the H.G. Wells-inspired See No Evil. When ex-convict Lloyd Ventrix discovers his estranged family are soon to move out of the city, he uses an invisibility suit to commit a spree of robberies to start a new life with his kidnapped daughter. Despite the domestic drama trappings of its premise, See No Evil plays out more like an eerie ghost story. In the opening scenes, Shirley Walker's score underpins a subtle uneasiness as Kimberly greets her imaginary friend Mojo, in reality her own father rendered invisible.
A better life somewhere else, huh? Where your dear old dad can't find you, that's what she really means. I won't let her, you hear me? I won't let her.
The episode also uses silence and emptiness effectively, forcing us to wonder where exactly Ventrix is in the frame, if he's there at all. Rather than playing out amidst Gotham's towering skyscrapers, this story occupies back alleys and suburban wastes. And that small scale adds to the drama, keeping the focus on personal stakes so it can effectively build to its thrilling climax. All that being said, this is also one of the funnier episodes of the series. Because of its mundane settings, the writers make great use of pedestrians and background characters for beats of welcome humor.
Who are you? I know you're in here.
I didn't know he could fly, too.
It's truly impressive how well the tonal balance is struck. It carries a maturity like the rest of the series, but with Batman embodying the hero in a children's tale, the crusader for good who rids the family of their ghost.
No!
Peekaboo.
Usually the overtly kid-friendly episodes are the weaker ones, but See No Evil works brilliantly as a Batman bedtime story.
Kimberly? Who are you talking to now?
Just Batman, Mommy.
Oh, him again.
Childhood also plays a big role in our next highlighted episode, Beware the Grey Ghost. When a mad bomber goes on a spree of destruction mirroring an old TV show called The Grey Ghost, Batman tracks down the show's lead actor to help catch the culprit. These days, but especially in the 90s, many self-proclaimed hardcore Batman fans ridiculed the 1960s Batman series starring Adam West for supposedly being unfaithful to the character, being too light-hearted and cheesy. 80s, 90s Batman media like The Dark Knight Returns, Tim Burton's movie, and the animated series itself were seen as course corrections which finally did justice to the character and washed away the blotch that was the 60s show. It's ironic then that Beware the Grey Ghost functions as an extended meta tribute to that series by stunt casting Adam West himself as former Grey Ghost star Simon Trent.
I'm not the Grey Ghost.
I can see that now.
This is more than a simple wink to the audience. The metatextuality underpins the emotional through-line of the entire episode. In the episode, we learned that The Grey Ghost was a rather silly superhero show, and yet it provided Bruce Wayne with some of his few remaining happy childhood memories. Not only that, but it inspired him to take up the Batman mantle later on in life.
As a kid, I used to watch you with my father. The Grey Ghost was my hero.
So it wasn't all for nothing.
In a sense, this is Bruce Timm's love letter to Adam West's Batman. After all, as mentioned earlier, the 60s series introduced the character to Timm in the first place. Beware the Grey Ghost is a story about the power of superhero stories, how they can inspire both morally and creatively.
The Grey Ghost was my hero.
Really?
And he still is.
Though Batman the Animated Series is often praised for its dark tone and mature storytelling, it never shies away from what some would dismiss as the sillier parts of the mythology. This is why the series does such a good job handling the character of Robin. Ever since the embarrassing failure of the movie Batman and Robin, the Caped Crusader's sidekick has been largely sidelined or ridiculed in mainstream pop culture. No movie adaptations after Joel Schumacher's infamous flop have featured the character in his proper form. The Dark Knight Rises referenced the character in spirit, and Batman v Superman had the character killed off before the events of its story. Live-action adaptations which have dared to feature the character have felt the need to somehow legitimize him by making him even darker, grittier, and more violent than Batman himself. But the writers behind the animated series understood how to utilize the character well, and made sure to introduce him early on in the series as a pre-existing part of the mythology. Far from cheapening Batman's character, Robin's presence offers compelling dramatic potential. Potential which is explored to its fullest in the episode Robin's Reckoning. When Batman learns the name of an extortion ringleader, he suddenly refuses to let Robin join him in the investigation. As Robin probes further, he discovers the mob boss is Tony Zuko, the man who killed his parents. Bruce Wayne and Dick Grayson's backstories mirror each other in obvious ways. They both lost their parents at a young age and channeled their grief into a crusade against injustice. But whereas Bruce Wayne was left alone to wrestle with his trauma, he becomes a surrogate father to Dick Grayson, the much-needed support system to help Grayson become a better version of Batman himself. This is why versions of Robin which downplay his colourful costume and friendly demeanour miss the point of the character entirely. Robin is supposed to be the healthier version of Batman. The tension underpinning Robin's reckoning is how Grayson risks succumbing to despair in a quest for revenge against Zuko, building to an emotional climax which crystallizes Batman and Robin's familial bond.
Zuko's taken so much, caused you so much pain. I couldn't stand the thought that he might take you, too.
Come on, partner. It's been a long night.
Robin's Reckoning also showcases the writing team's talents for Batman-light episodes, such as Joker's Favor. When mild-mannered accountant Charlie Collins accidentally curses out the Joker, the Crown Prince of Crime lets him live only if Collins promises to do him a favor in the future. 2 years later, the Joker calls in the favor to help kill Commissioner Gordon. Joker's Favor is notable for introducing fan-favourite Harley Quinn, but for now it's worth highlighting Mark Hamill's Joker. These days, there's a lot of overhyping the Joker, with many actors hoping to flex their talent in portraying the character. But few live-action adaptations of the Joker, other than Heath Ledger's acclaimed performance in The Dark Knight, have ever seemed to truly get the character more than the animated series. Portraying Joker as nothing more than a chaotic psycho is a very shallow reading of the character. The animated series' take on the character as a criminal mastermind with a sick sense of humour is far more interesting. The Joker is certainly psychologically damaged, but for the most part his clownish eccentricities are used as a misdirection to keep his enemies off guard. Which is also why he can be such a dangerous adversary. It's unclear where his comic persona ends and his real emotions begin. One misplaced word could easily set him off, creating a palpable tension around the character at all times. This is where Charlie Collins finds himself in Joker's Favor. Like something out of a dark fable, no matter where Collins flees, Joker always finds him. And in that fable tradition, Joker's eventual defeat comes at his own hands when he seemingly pushes Collins over the edge.
Tomorrow, all the papers will say is that the great Joker was found blown to bits in an alley, alongside a miserable little nobody. Kind of funny.
Only for this to be a clever ruse by both Collins and Batman, essentially beating the Joker at his own game.
Oh, very funny. A million laughs.
Go home, Mr. Collins. Home. I never thought that could sound so good.
Joker's Favor is merely one among many examples of strong Batman-light episodes. Another such example is the terrific The Man Who Killed Batman, but the best of the bunch is the effervescent Almost Got Him. While playing cards in a criminals-only dive bar, Joker, Penguin, Two-Face, Poison Ivy, and Killer Croc regale each other with stories of when they almost killed their mutual foe, Batman. Each story in this mini-anthology feels like a one-shot ripped right out of the comics, full of creative imagery and interesting action. But what makes the episode so special is the framing device. Visually, it's gorgeous, with some of Eric Radomski's most beautiful background work, made up of abstract shapes of light and shadow. It literally paints a picture of this smoky, villainous club. The interaction between all the rogues is wonderfully written, animated, and voiced. Never before had so many of Batman's villains shared the same scene in the series, with all of the regular voice actors giving bravura performances in their back and forths.
You're still looking halfway decent.
Half of me wants to strangle you.
And what does the other half want?
To hit you with a truck.
The way they play off one another feels like old friends just hanging out shooting the shit. Ivy and Two-Face take shots at each other while the Joker eggs them both on, and Penguin tries to keep some decorum. And then there's Killer Croc.
Hey! There I was, holed up in this quarry, when Batman came nosing around.
And?
I threw a rock at him! It was a big rock.
The vocal performances are great on their own, but there are also loads of little fun details in the animation, like Joker sneaking a look at Two-Face's cards and always having an ace in his hand due to cheating. The revelation of the framing device being a sting operation so Batman can save Catwoman is yet another clever twist, providing one final bit of quintessential Batman action for the finale. This is Batman the Animated Series in its finest form.
Almost got him.
Batman the Animated Series was an enormous success. While The Dark Knight's big screen adventures commanded mainstream interest in the character, the animated series had been quietly building up a vocal base of admirers and fanatics of all ages. Batman Returns had performed well at the box office, but its graphic content and dark tone worried Warner Bros. Executives. While the studio retooled plans for future live-action Batman movies, there was an opportunity to keep the brand fresh with a slate of straight-to-video animated movies. So while still in production of the show, the animated series team were suddenly tasked with bringing their Batman into a feature film. Writer Paul Dini took the first stab at it, coming up with a story in which the inmates of Arkham Asylum put Batman on trial in the Ultimate Villain crossover. However, Dini realized the idea made Batman too static, as he would be captured for most of the runtime. Instead, the concept was used for a later episode in the series called The Trial. Alan Burnett, another writer for the series, devised the winning idea. Taking direct inspiration from Orson Welles' Citizen Kane, his story would recount an untold chapter of Batman's origin while introducing a new villain, bringing with it a phantom from Bruce Wayne's past. The creative team started production when Warner Bros. Suddenly decided to give the movie a theatrical release with a $6 million budget. This left the team 8 months to complete the film on time. They went back over their initial scenes, which were created in Academy ratio, and filled in the sides to make it full frame. They also created a CG version of Gotham City to be used in the backgrounds, but due to the tight schedule, it was only used for the opening credits. Shirley Walker, the regular composer for the series, also lent her talents to the movie. Rather than repurposing Danny Elfman's theme again, Walker incorporated an original theme she had created for the show. To give the film's score a grand operatic quality, Walker made use of a male and female choir to chant and sing in Latin chorus, though Walker later confessed that the Latin was simply the names of various staff members read backwards. Batman Mask of the Phantasm was released on the 25th of December 1993. I won't beat around the bush here. Batman Mask of the Phantasm is my favourite Batman movie of all time. I loved it when I first watched it, and it only gets better every time I revisit it. As good as many of the live-action Batman movies are, none of them have had such a powerful and interesting take on the character as Mask of the Phantasm. The animation in the series was already great, but the extra budget allocated to the film and the efforts of the production team make Mask of the Phantasm truly stunning. Timm's character designs and Radomski's backgrounds have never been combined so beautifully, but it's Shirley Walker's score which has the biggest leg up on the series, which already had outstanding music. The opening theme is the most spot-on sonic evocation of The Dark Knight ever made, far surpassing Danny Elfman's iconic theme. Deep bellowing drums and powerful horns propel every action cue while the strings create a palpable atmosphere. The score is appropriately ghostly and otherworldly for the Phantom, sweeping and romantic for the love scenes, and operatically bombastic for the climax. There's only so much praise I can give this score without devolving into frantically repeating, "Just listen to the thing." It is Walker's absolute masterpiece. For me, what makes Mask of the Phantasm the best Batman movie is that it provides us with a greater insight into Bruce Wayne as a character than any other version. Other efforts like Batman Begins explore the psychology of the character well, but Mask of the Phantasm shows us Bruce Wayne's heart. Episodes like Appointment in Crime Alley and Perchance to Dream rendered Bruce Wayne's inner world in creative and compelling ways, but Mask of the Phantasm adds dimensions to the character we've never seen before. In this untold chapter of Batman's origin, Bruce Wayne falls in love with Andrea Beaumont, a whirlwind romance which could have prevented Wayne from ever becoming Batman.
I know I made a promise, but I didn't see this coming. I didn't count on being happy.
What makes this idea so radical is that it completely inverts Batman's origin. Bruce Wayne's transformation is usually framed as a rise out of the darkness. He channels his guilt and trauma into a drive to bring justice to an unjust world. He goes from a frightened young boy into a heroic knight. Mask of the Phantasm, however, paints Batman's origin as a tragedy, when his final chance at true happiness is cruelly taken away from him. The relationship this all hinges on is exceedingly well written. Dana Delaney, who voices Andrea Beaumont, instills the character with a classic Hollywood charm. She's one of the few people who can relate to Bruce on an emotional level, having lost her mother at a young age.
It's just that when I talk to her out loud, I can imagine how she'd reply. I can hear her, like she's right there.
The banter between them is rich with wit and poetry, as if lifted out of a Billy Wilder film.
It's been 3 days since we met and still no calls. I figured you must be dead or something.
You expect every guy you meet to call you up?
The ones that are smart enough to dial a phone.
They become each other's rock, the one bright spot to give them hope in an otherwise dark world. It all serves to make the sudden end of their romance authentically heartbreaking. The Phantasm then appears in the present as the figurative ghost of a better life the two could have had. Batman's life as a vigilante, contending against criminals and on the run from the police, pushes him to a more desperate place than ever before. Meanwhile, the Joker takes up residence in the ruin of the old World's Fair, the symbol of the future Bruce and Andrea hope to have. Mask of the Phantasm still packs in plenty of the action, spectacle, and humor we've come to expect from a Batman story, but its greatest strength is that more than any other movie, it makes Batman feel like a real human being. An extraordinary but fallible person with hopes and dreams he never saw realized. It's a moving story of heartbreak and loss, an operatic epic, deeply moving and tragically beautiful.
I'm sorry. Do you want to be alone?
I am.
Mask of the Phantasm unfortunately failed to break even, grossing only $5.6 million at the box office. However, it did become popular on home video and won widespread acclaim from critics. Siskel and Ebert, for example, featured the film in their show At the Movies, in which they stated their regret at missing the film in theaters.
That's a scene from Batman Mask of the Phantasm, a Batman animated feature that was made in 1993, and Roger and I never reviewed it, and as far as I'm concerned, we made a big mistake because it's terrific.
You know, I think that the day is coming, and it's also happening with the Disney pictures, when adults are realizing that animation is not limited to an entertainment form for children. It's interesting that they really did have a story, more of a story than the movies. And the characters, and they pause, and they think, and they have feelings and motivations, and you get involved in it.
Though not a big screen success, Mask of the Phantasm's home video sales led to further straight-to-DVD features like Batman and Mr. Freeze Sub-Zero and Mystery of the Batwoman. While neither of these movies managed to live up to Mask of the Phantasm, they are still solid Batman adventures full of the sharp writing and stunning animation characteristic of the series. Sub-Zero and Batwoman only fall short because Mask of the Phantasm sets such a high bar. On the small screen, the series continued into the mid-90s. Later episodes broadened the scope of the show, focusing more on supporting characters like Robin and featuring more Batman light episodes. In some broadcasts, the series was even retitled as The Adventures of Batman and Robin. Despite the demanding production schedule, the talented team behind the series showed no signs of losing creative steam. Episodes like the aforementioned Trial continue to use the established characters well and explore new facets of the mythology. But perhaps the biggest indicator of this broadening scope is the numerous stories featuring Ra's al Ghul. As the immortal international criminal mastermind, Batman's clashes with Ra's al Ghul take on the style of turn-of-the-century pulp adventure stories. Their travels often take them beyond the boundaries of Gotham to exotic locales fraught with danger and mysterious hidden corners of the globe. As a fan of the genre, I've always appreciated the Dark Knight's swashbuckling outings with Ra's al Ghul. The recent incarnation of Ra's al Ghul as the head of the League of Assassins feel like they barely scratched the surface of what's possible with this villain. The animated series also had the good fortune of landing British thespian actor David Warner to voice the part.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am he who is called Ra's al Ghul,
the demon's head.
A casting which embodies the character's intelligence, cunning, and formidability.
Well? Are you man enough to face your better?
Through Ra's al Ghul, the series further expands the DC universe. In the episode Showdown, a flashback story takes us back to the Old West for a rollicking Jonah Hex story. As a fan of steampunk fiction, I've always had a soft spot for this episode. This is not the first or last opportunity the writers took to cross over Batman with another DC character. Previously, the magician Zatanna teamed up with the Dark Knight for a fun caper. While Zatanna's magical abilities are excluded from the episode, later the series goes full fantasy with a crossover with Etrigan the Demon. This is not just a Batman show, but a gateway to an even more fantastical universe than the viewer could ever have imagined. There's so much more to the Dark Knight than prowling the streets of Gotham. Back on those streets, however, Batman has another run-in with Poison Ivy in the episode House and Garden. After being released from Arkham Asylum, Pamela Isley, aka Poison Ivy, appears to be living a normal life, married to a loving husband and taking care of 2 young children. But when a mysterious poison-secreting creature appears in Gotham, Batman suspects Ivy is up to her old tricks. Poison Ivy was originally introduced in one of the stronger early episodes of the series, but none of her outings matched the greatness of Two-Face or Mr. Freeze. That is, with the exception of House and Garden. Among the show's fans, few ever mention this episode, but I think it's incredibly underrated. Poison Ivy feels estranged from humanity, finding kinship with plants more than people. This is what drives many of her episode plots, facilitating solid action but little substance. The focus of her episodes is still on character, but Ivy's motivation skirts close to the shallow messaging which Bruce Timm realized early on was not one of the show's strengths. House and Garden, however, finally provides that depth to Ivy's character. At first, the story seems to be standard fare, with some slightly silly-looking plant monsters on the loose, but Ivy seems to be genuine in her desire to live a normal life.
Batman? Good luck.
You too, Mrs. Carlyle.
But as the mystery unravels, the episode takes a sharp left turn into some truly disturbing territory.
Mommy.
No. It isn't possible.
Mommy?
With this horrific twist, the truth of Ivy's character is revealed. Though she despises mankind, on some level she's still seeking human connection. Her ecological crusade is driven by hatred, but also a longing to be loved, and to love in return.
For what it's worth, I believed her. When she told me for the first time in her life, she was happy.
Later in the season, the writers once again flexed their talent for creating original characters in the episode Baby Doll. Baby Doll is one of the most unique and interesting characters the writers created for the show. As a former sitcom star, Mary Dahl suffers from a rare disease which stunted her aging. Her eponymous episode sees her kidnap her former co-stars to relive the glory days, a dream which is shattered by Batman. Like many of the best episodes, Baby Doll evokes a great deal of sympathy for its villain. Unlike Batman's other rogues, Mary Dahl has no larger goal beyond recreating her old show. There is no master plan to wreak havoc on Gotham or destroy any institutions. Life simply dealt her a bad hand, and her best chance at happiness was ruined partly by her own ego.
It was hard for me out there. I studied and trained and auditioned, but no one wanted me. Over the years, I remembered how happy I was with all of you around me and the folks at home watching me each week. Me. Baby Doll.
The episode is almost Tim Burton-esque in its blend of innocent, child-friendly imagery and violence. A nightmarish tale which makes the viewer feel for its antagonist on a level no other villain-centric episode of the show ever quite managed to do. A much more light-hearted episode is The Lion and the Unicorn. When an old British intelligence acquaintance of Alfred's calls him back to Britain, Batman's butler is soon roped into a terrorist plot by Redclaw. To be perfectly honest, The Lion and the Unicorn is good, but not a great episode. I'm only mentioning it as it's an excuse to talk about the brilliance of the animated series version of Alfred Pennyworth. He is pitch perfect as Bruce Wayne's forever loyal caretaker and friend. Dutiful and loving, he stands by Bruce no matter what.
I know your father will be proud of you, because I'm so proud of you. Now come on, it's time for chicken soup and a good night's sleep.
But it's his wit which makes him so memorable. No other Alfred is this sassy.
She and her father were very fond of you.
I was a different person then.
Yes, intense, driven, moody. She'd never recognize you now.
Why, you're the very model of sanity.
Oh, by the way, I've pressed your tights and put away your exploding gas balls.
Thank you, Alfred.
It might be amusing.
Well, anything to amuse a lady. If lady is the word I want.
He's the perfect counterbalance to Batman's shadow-dwelling brooding.
With all the compartments on your belt, you'd think there'd be one for tissues.
What would we do without you, Alfred?
I shudder to think.
The constant presence which reminds us all that, at the end of the day, this is a superhero show. It's okay to laugh.
Well, you'll be happy to know I've drawn you a bath.
What's the deal, Alfred?
I said I drew you a bath, sir.
More laughs are to be had in the episode Make 'em Laugh. When the Joker brainwashes a group of stand-up comedians into going on a crime spree, Batman finds himself contending with some very odd adversaries. The episode is filled with good humour, but the clear high point is Batman's run-in with the Condiment King. The fact this persona actually succeeds in intimidating and robbing others is already funny.
Hot sauce! Anyone else want to be a hero?
But it's the stream of puns which must have had the writers in stitches as they conceived the episode.
Parting is such sweet and sour sorrow. I knew you'd catch up to me sooner or later. How I've relished this meeting. Let's see if you can cut the mustard. Oh, quiet!
The character was created as a nod to the many silly villains of Batman's Silver Age comics. This is the kind of parody only fans of the source material can create.
I'll get you for this, Batman! No one upstages me and lives!
However, the original run of Batman the Animated Series concludes by bringing another member of the Bat family to life in Batgirl Returns. Batgirl, aka Barbara Gordon, was first introduced in the two-part episode Shadow of the Bat. Just like the show's great portrayal of Robin, the animated series incarnation of Batgirl is fantastic. Rather than another parental tragedy sending Barbara Gordon down the path of vigilantism, she is inspired to become Batgirl out of pure heroism. She sees injustice and, inspired by the Dark Knight, takes action to confront it. While Batman strikes fear into the hearts of his enemies and Robin goads them with quips, Batgirl wears her heart on her sleeve. More than Batman and Robin, she fits the bill as a Zorro-esque swashbuckler with an acrobatic movement style and a wonderfully flamboyant theme. In Batgirl Returns, the title character teams up with Robin and Catwoman to track down a stolen jade statue while Batman is out of town. It's an entertaining street-level adventure full of the show's robust action scenes, bristling dialogue, and top-quality animation and voice acting. As the final episode produced, the show doesn't bow out with a grand finale, but Batgirl's successful sophomore outing bodes well for the future of Gotham City.
It's okay. There'll be another time.
Batman the Animated Series ended its original run in 1995, but the DC Animated Universe was just beginning. The following year saw the debut of Superman the Animated Series, created by the same production team. Though not as groundbreaking as Batman series, Superman the Animated Series was another success, boasting healthy ratings and critical praise. As the Man of Steel continued his small-screen adventures, Bruce Timm et al. Turned their attention back to The Dark Knight, when Warner Bros. Asked for a new Batman show to run alongside Superman. Titled The New Batman Adventures, the series is often folded into Batman the Animated Series as the final season, as it is a direct continuation of that show. However, to make it more cohesive with Superman, the creative team revamped the art style. Bruce Timm's blocky character designs and Eric Radomski's black paper-painted backdrops were retained, but overall the look was simplified for more consistent animation. The dark deco look was less emphasized, no longer featuring Radomski's iconic title cards, and much of the setting took on a more Jack Kirby-inspired look. Most of the same voice cast returned for the series, however Melissa Gilbert, the original voice for Batgirl, was replaced with Tara Strong. Lauren Lester returned as Dick Grayson, but by this point Grayson has moved on to become the superhero Nightwing. A new Robin, Tim Drake, joins the Bat family, voiced by Matthew Valencia. By this point, Kevin Conroy's Batman voice had also changed significantly. In older episodes, Conroy's Batman voice had a husky quality to it.
Careful, Robin. I'm sure there's more to this than meets the eye.
But throughout the series, Conroy's voice became fuller and less breathy.
I didn't think you'd mind some company.
In the new Batman Adventures, the voice has lost all trace of its earlier grit, instead solidifying into a commanding baritone.
Joker's got the bomb and he's gonna use it tonight.
In my opinion, this is most certainly a change for the better, and likely helped Conroy perform as the character for as long as he did, without damaging his vocal cords. The character design changes are a mixed bag, however. For the most part, the Bat family are all very successful, Batgirl especially with her black and yellow colour scheme. Most of the villains are simply refined in some way, with simpler, bold line work. Joker, however, is too simplified, with black, lifeless eyes and missing lips. He looks a little too much like Freakazoid for my liking. The worst redesign has to be Catwoman though. She looks far too young, like a child dressed up in a Halloween costume, as opposed to the seasoned criminal who can equal Batman. Adrienne Barbeau's voice simply doesn't match this look. The best redesign though has to be Scarecrow. What previously looked like a cheap Halloween costume is turned into pure nightmare fuel. The character also sees a change in voice actor, with Jeffrey Combs taking over from Henry Pollock II. Some regard the new Batman Adventures as the weakest season of Batman the Animated Series. Due to the loss of the Art Deco title cards, redesigned characters, and more abundant action, some have accused this era of being more kid-friendly than the classic run of the show. This perception isn't helped by the new Robin, Tim Drake. While Dick Grayson hovered around his late teens, early 20s, Tim Drake is most certainly a child, perhaps meant to appeal to younger viewers of the show. While I lament the loss of the classic Hollywood influences, it would be inaccurate to call the new Batman Adventures toothless compared to the original run. In some ways, it's actually more graphic than the previous seasons, with Batman visibly bleeding in many action sequences. And while Tim Drake is a literal child, the circumstances of his joining the Bat family are anything but child-friendly. His origin episode sees gangsters trying to murder him to get to his estranged father, who as it turns out is already dead. Tim Drake is a kid forced to grow up too quickly, having had to survive on his own in the slums of Gotham. Like Dick Grayson, Batman becomes a parental figure to Tim Drake, and for the most part, Batman orders him to keep away from danger, while Batgirl serves as his primary crime-fighting partner. Meanwhile, Nightwing is a solid addition to the core cast, building on the great foundational drama between the characters in the episode Old Wounds.
The game's over, Batman. I quit.
Robin, wait.
There are also numerous episodes which could have easily skewed into light-hearted entertainment, but instead stay the course as straight-laced drama. For example, in the episode Never Fear, Batman loses his sense of fear after being hit by a new weapon from Scarecrow. Any potential funny hijinks are sidestepped in favor of a story which sees Batman become a secondary villain, no longer afraid to kill.
I can't! You'll kill me!
Death is death. Does it matter who administers it?
No! No!
The episode Over the Edge is another good example. Though the ending is a disappointing cop-out, playing out the scenario where Batman's secret identity is blown and he's on the run from the police and Bane carries an appropriate level of intensity. In the moment, it's a shocking and dramatic half hour. However, if there's anyone who still doubts the new Batman Adventures as a worthy continuation of the original show, look no further than the episode Mad Love. Reeling from another botched attempt at killing Batman, we see Harley Quinn's origin in flashback as she tries to please Joker by finally defeating the Caped Crusader. Of all the original characters created for Batman the Animated Series, Harley Quinn has had the biggest impact by far. The character was conceived mostly by Paul Dini for the episode Joker's Favor, intended as a one-off henchwoman for Batman's arch-nemesis. While at college, Dini made friends with comedian and actress Arlene Sorkin. After seeing her play a court jester in a dream sequence in an episode of Days of Our Lives, he knew she'd be perfect to voice the character. Following her debut episode, Harley Quinn exploded in popularity almost immediately, which caught the production team completely by surprise. In almost every subsequent Joker episode, Harley Quinn became a mainstay villain/anti-hero.
You're really sick, you know that, boss?
The Joker himself would even take a back seat in episodes like Harley and Ivy, Harley Quinade, and Harley's Holiday. The character was soon incorporated into the DC comics, eventually spinning off in her own series, making the leap to the silver screen in multiple movies, and even starring in a recent solo animated series. Mad Love is adapted from Timm and Dini's award-winning one-shot comic story. Like many villain-led episodes, the story reveals Harley Quinn as a complex and tragic figure, trapped in an abusive relationship with the Joker. The content of the episode pushes so-called kids' entertainment to its absolute limit in its portrayal of domestic violence.
You always take shots from folks who just don't get the joke!
For all of the Joker's elaborate villainous plots, nothing is quite as disturbing as his treatment of Harley.
My fault. I didn't get the joke.
It's a story which brings these comic book characters far closer to reality than perhaps we'd like. The new Batman Adventures ended its run after a single season, bringing the solo adventures of this Batman to an end. The final episode produced is the rather underwhelming Judgment Day, but the broadcast order ended the series on a high note with Mad Love. However, as we bring this retrospective to an end, I'd like to highlight another episode, Legends of the Dark Knight. In the story, a trio of kids wander Gotham streets at night, regaling each other with stories of what they think Batman is like. It's an amusing anthology paying tribute to various comic stories and art styles, from retro kids entertainment.
Call the police so they can round up these clowns. Well done, old chum.
To gritty 80s graphic novel.
This isn't a trash heap. It's an operating table. And I'm the surgeon.
But what I like most about the episode is the celebration of all these different interpretations of Batman. Even Joel Schumacher's campy take is given an on-the-nose reference.
I love Batman. All those muscles, the tight rubber armor, and that flashy car. I heard it can drive up walls.
And yet, it isn't ridiculed. The kids debate which is the best version, but the episode makes clear that all interpretations are valid. And this is ultimately why Batman the Animated Series is my favourite version of the character. I've said in older videos how I dislike so-called realistic, dark, gritty takes on the character, because realism is ultimately reductive. That approach can only exclude elements from the mythos. But Batman the Animated Series, with its dark deco setting, gothic atmosphere and noir style, offers something for everybody. It can do hard-boiled detective stories, fantastical creature features, swashbuckling adventure, pulpy science fiction, and even magic-infused fantasy. It can do all that and still have compelling, interesting characters with genuine relationships and rich drama. It is everything a superhero show should be. A big part of that enduring appeal is due to Kevin Conroy's performance as the character. His greatest asset is his range. Conroy displays a versatility in the part which no other Batman actor comes close to. He has a voice which can comfortably handle long bouts of exposition, badass one-liners, affection, and humor. Obviously, he was aided by excellent writing, but Batman's characterization is helped tremendously by Conroy's talents as a performer. This Batman is one for all seasons, brooding and tragic and fun and heroic when required. No one else who has ever played Batman has demonstrated this kind of range. They could pull off some aspects of the character, but not all. But crucially, Conroy's Batman is a fun character. He is playing a superhero after all, something his live-action counterparts would do well to remember. This is why Conroy's Batman is essentially immortal, timeless, and exists beyond the confines of the show. Conroy reprised the role for multiple movies, shows, video games, and even live-action television, cementing his status as the voice of Batman. His Batman feels as though it has always existed and always will exist, on the pages of comic books, the flicker of TV screens, and in the hearts of everyone who loves Batman. In 1992, the acclaimed Batman the Animated Series changed small-screen animation forever. The series won widespread critical praise for its dark deco art style, noir atmosphere, and mature storytelling. It also accrued a passionate fanbase of children, teens, and adults. As the Caped Crusaders' animated adventures ended in the mid-90s, Warner Bros. Animation tasked the show's creative team with bringing that other iconic DC hero to life in his own series. But would lightning strike twice? Batman the Animated Series concluded in 1995, having cemented itself as the definitive incarnation of the character in the minds of many fans. Before the series ended, one of its chief architects, Bruce Timm, had lined up his next project, a superhero action comedy called Freakazoid. Steven Spielberg co-developed the show and took it in a more overtly comedic direction, rather than the action hybrid Timm had envisioned. As the project strayed further from his initial idea, Timm decided to step away from Freakazoid before its premiere. Soon after, Warner Bros. Animation head Gene McCurdy approached Timm about another DC superhero show, Superman the Animated Series. Batman the Animated Series had kept the Batman brand fresh on television during the long gaps between movies. Superman, however, hadn't graced the silver screen since the disastrous Superman 4: The Quest for Peace. In the mid-90s, the studio looked to resurrect the Man of Steel on the big screen, so a concurrent Superman cartoon seemed like a wise investment. The movie the animated series was meant to coincide with was the infamous Superman Lives, but the project languished in development hell for years and was eventually cancelled. Bruce Timm was initially hesitant to make a Superman cartoon. He was a Superman fan, but he didn't immediately have a take on the character the way he had with Batman. Thankfully, he wasn't alone in developing the project. Eric Radomski, who co-developed Batman the Animated Series with Timm, had moved on from Warner Bros. Animation. He would eventually produce Todd McFarlane's Spawn for HBO. Alan Burnett, who had worked on Batman, joined Timm on Superman as co-producer. Writer Paul Dini and director Dan Reba were among many others who carried over from Batman to Superman. The creative team were all fans of the iconic Fleischer Superman cartoons from the 1940s. One idea was to lean into this influence by making Superman the Animated Series a period piece. Another idea from Bruce Timm was to make a proto-Justice League series. Each episode would feature Superman teaming up with another DC superhero. Neither idea panned out for one reason or another. Instead, the team all agreed to expand the universe they had created with Batman. The show would be modern, but with a retro-futuristic look Bruce Timm dubbed Ocean Liner Deco. In contrast to Batman's dark deco, Superman's look was heavily inspired by the bright and colourful travel posters from the 50s and 60s. The team's overall take on the characters and stories was heavily influenced by writer John Byrne, who had relaunched Superman in the 1986 miniseries The Man of Steel. The previous decade had seen the monumental crossover event Crisis on Infinite Earths, which reset the DC Universe continuity. At the time, Byrne felt that pre-Crisis Superman had become far too powerful, accumulating a vast array of powers which made it difficult to write genuine jeopardy in Superman stories. Therefore, in The Man of Steel, Byrne jettisoned Superman's extra abilities and placed strict limitations on his powers. He also erased Superboy from the character's origin story, kept the Kents alive, and also made Clark Kent the real identity, while Superman was the disguise. Some contemporary writers criticized Byrne's take on the character, but Timm and Burnett embraced these changes and integrated them into their new show. However, after a fierce debate with DC Comics, they decided against giving Superman a mullet. To cast the show, the team once again turned to voice director Andrea Romano. After a long search, Tim Daly landed the lead role. Like Kevin Conroy before him, Daly was a stage and screen actor with little to no voice acting experience. At the time, he was starring in the sitcom Wings, and initially saw Superman as a fun side gig. He soon gained a greater appreciation of voice acting when he realized just how demanding the work was. Clancy Brown was among those who auditioned for Clark Kent. Brown was well known for playing villains on the big and small screen. He was perhaps best known at the time for his performance as the Kurgan in the cult classic fantasy film Highlander. After he had finished his Superman audition, Bruce Timm asked him if he'd like to read for Lex Luthor. At first, Brown was reluctant, not wanting to be typecast as a bad guy, but he read the part nonetheless. Naturally, he knocked it out of the park and was offered the role on the spot, which he accepted. In an attempt to replicate the success of Harley Quinn, the writers created a female sidekick character for Lex Luthor called Mercy Graves. She was voiced by Lisa Edelstein, who would go on to star in the immensely successful medical drama House MD. Dana Delaney had previously voiced Andrea Beaumont in Batman Mask of the Phantasm, and was asked to audition for Lois Lane. Unbeknownst to the producers, Delaney was a huge Superman fan and had dreamed of playing Lois Lane as a child. Her natural charisma handily won her the part, and she was overjoyed. Rounding out the cast of the Daily Planet was David Kaufman as Jimmy Olsen and George Zunza as Perry White. Real-life couple Mike Farrell and Shelley Fabares were cast as Jonathan and Martha Kent respectively. Like Batman the Animated Series, much of the animation for Superman was done overseas in Japan and Korea. The core team at Warner Bros. Animation handled storyboarding, designs, and post-production. The revamped art style was intended to streamline production. Fewer lines to animate each frame meant smoother motion and more energetic action. However, the epic scope of the series largely negated this attempt at streamlining. Compared to Batman's adventures, which could be easily contained in a handful of locations, Superman's stories required a vast array of characters and environments. There was much trial and error as the various animation teams discovered the best way to render Superman's flying and super strength. Due to the tight schedule arising from these challenges, there was no time left to create a proper opening title sequence like the kind seen in Batman. Though some shots were completed, the producers had to settle for a sequence of clips which ended on Superman's shield. The opening theme was once again composed by Shirley Walker. To distance their show from the Christopher Reeve version, Walker chose not to use John Williams' theme and composed her own theme instead. However, taking after John Williams, Walker made sure the opening theme spoke the word Superman. The first episode of Superman the Animated Series debuted on Kids WB on the 6th of September 1996. The first episode of Superman the Animated Series is bold in many ways. Not only is it an epic three-parter, but the show's title character doesn't even appear until almost 40 minutes into the premiere. The entirety of Part 1 retells the fall of Superman's homeworld. Despite how well known the Man of Steel's origin is, The Last Son of Krypton puts a unique spin on the story. Unlike the new age crystal-infused Krypton of the original movie, this Krypton is a lush world full of beautiful scenery, futuristic cityscapes, and real people with rich inner lives. Its end is a tragedy that could have been avoided. Maintaining the stark differences, this version of Jor-El is a heroic man of action. In the opening scene, he pilots several sci-fi vehicles across a barren landscape and has a run-in with a giant amoeba-like monster. Coming off the end of Batman the Animated Series, The Last Son of Krypton gives us an opening as far removed from the back alleys and rooftops of Gotham City as possible. Yet amidst the otherworldly aesthetic and spectacular sci-fi action is a human story of a man fighting to save the ones he loves. This is the ethos that underpins Superman the Animated Series as a whole, astounding science fiction with a human heart. In some ways, the viewer's foreknowledge of Krypton's fate works in the story's favour. Whereas the original movie depicted Krypton's leadership as too complacent to accept what's happening to their world, here it is a secret suppressed by the cold and calculating Brainiac.
You're transmitting your memory to a satellite. You're saving yourself.
I must. After all, am I not the repository of all Kryptonian knowledge? Should I not be saved above all?
Knowing his world is doomed, the episode's climax sees Jor-El racing to save his only son before it's too late. After several clashes with armed police, the rocket is launched and Krypton is abandoned to its fate.
Jor-El's escaped their perimeter. They're requesting further instructions.
It doesn't matter anymore. Farewell, Krypton.
The deafening silence left by Brainiac gives the planet's destruction a haunting atmosphere. Until Lolita Ridmanis' excellent score rises again, ensuring the viewer's heart breaks and then soars. Part 2 continues with that human perspective, following a young Clark Kent as he unlocks his powers and discovers his true origins. Despite the attempts at relatability, the Smallville chapter of the origin isn't as emotionally powerful as the Donna Reeve version. Unlike Part 1, much of it feels like retreading familiar ground. The one exception is the scene where Clark flies for the first time. The cool moonlight and sweeping music create an inspiring and wondrous moment. The three-parter really comes alive when it moves to Metropolis. The Jack Kirby-infused vision of Krypton was impressive, but Metropolis is where the show's art direction truly shines. The World's Fair of Gotham may have fallen into ruin, but in Metropolis the world of tomorrow came true. The towering skyscrapers and sprawling motorways which turned Gotham into a German expressionist nightmare are used in Superman to give the city a sense of grandeur and retro-futurist optimism. Within the city, we find Lois Lane. Dana Delaney charms right off the bat in the role as she rattles off a flurry of great lines.
I spent a week on the docks with rats and frizzed hair exposing the biggest gun smuggling ring to hit this town in 10 years, and what makes the front page? Some sprouty, new-age, granola-crunching fluff piece on angels. Before we're reintroduced to Clark Kent. The strong dialogue continues between the two, as the following scenes cement their dynamic as rival reporters. As controversial as John Byrne's take on Superman is, making Clark Kent the real identity means the viewer isn't just waiting around for Superman. The scenes between Clark and Lois are full of enjoyable banter and witty humor. What'd you get?
A shared byline. If you use it.
I apologize. You're not the Rube hayseed I took you for.
Thanks. I think.
By the time Superman finally appears, it's given the appropriate amount of ceremony with Shirley Walker's theme blasting in its full glory.
No way.
Yet even even with Superman, the episode maintains the human perspective. Small moments like Superman struggling to stop a plane crash,
Nice one, Clark.
go a long way in making the character feel relatable. The action set pieces themselves are enthralling. They feel massive in scope and fluid in motion. The mech suit battle at the end of Part 3 comfortably reaches the heights of Fleischer's Superman. It shows the Man of Steel's awesome power, but it also shows him struggling at times. It feels like a real fight with authentic drama, and not just empty spectacle, making Superman's eventual victory feel earned.
Shall we go a few rounds without the suit? Too bad.
As a showcase of the series to come, The Last Son of Krypton is a terrific introduction. It hits all the beats we've come to expect in a Superman story. The beats are the same, but at every opportunity, the creative team puts a new spin on the material. There's a vibrant world full of daring adventure, interesting characters with fun personalities, and tremendous potential for the show to come. Having re-established Superman's origin, the following few episodes adapt more classic Superman stories, such as the first appearance of Kryptonite in A Little Piece of Home.
Lex Lab's got a hold of some kind of meteor that seems to have the ability to drain Superman's powers. This is just a small sliver. You sure you're not catching something?
Classic comic book villains like Toyman and Parasite are also introduced. In Toyman's case, the writers showcase their ability to improve upon the source material. What was a gimmicky and somewhat silly character in the comics is transformed into an effective antagonist with a tragic backstory and creepy doll-like mask.
But without his father, the poor little boy was bounced from foster home to foster home like a little toy that nobody wanted.
However, the Man of Steel's clash with Toyman also highlights a flaw within the series as a whole. The creator's choice of limiting Superman's powers is an understandable one, but ultimately it conjures more problems than it solves. We are never given a clear understanding of what these limits are. What Superman is vulnerable to exactly is never properly defined, leading to some inconsistencies. Machine gun fire will bounce off him in one episode, but Toyman's souped-up bouncing ball seems to hurt him. He walks through fire in the first episode, but a later villain who throws fire is a serious threat. It seems like in every other episode, Superman is held in some kind of energy beam, screaming in pain, yet it's unclear how seriously these attacks are harming him. Superman often struggles to lift heavy things, but he never fails to lift anything. Despite his so-called limitations, Superman's power level is still entirely up to the writer in any given episode. This defeats the point of imposing these limits in the first place, and can feel like false tension being added to the action. Superman's extreme power is a common criticism of the character, but clever writers have addressed this in a variety of creative ways. Parasite is one such villain. As a creature capable of draining Superman's abilities, his extreme power becomes a hindrance rather than a help. How can Superman fight someone he can't even touch? Lex Luthor is another such example of this ingenuity. Theirs is a battle of wits, with Luthor concocting various schemes and traps to outthink and outfight the Man of Steel. Grant Morrison, writer of the acclaimed All-Star Superman, articulated the shallowness of this criticism succinctly.
The great thing about Superman is even when you can juggle stars, Lois Lane can undermine them with one cruel word. And that was what was powerful about it for me, was the fact that's why we made him even more powerful than ever, because everybody kept saying you can't write a Superman story because if he can do anything, then what conflicts are there? And I thought, well, emotional conflicts, the biggest ones, the things we all understand.
However, this doesn't mean Superman can never be in physical danger. Many of his villains are just as strong as he is, if not stronger. There is a way to engineer gripping action while still maintaining a powerful Superman. All it takes is some extra thought. The aforementioned Parasite is the first such example, but the next one comes in the episode The Way of All Flesh. When former Lex Luthor henchman John Corbin contracts a fatal disease, his old employer gives him an upgrade with some disturbing side effects. Professional movie villain Malcolm McDowell reprises his role as Corbin. Despite the charm McDowell gives to the character, Corbin is an uncomplicatedly evil man. Equipped with super strength, invulnerability, and a kryptonite heart, he's more than a match for the Man of Steel. The action here is gritty and brutal, with Superman in serious trouble. However, Corbin soon realizes the downside of his newfound power.
I didn't feel anything.
See if you feel this! Ow!
What did they do to me?
If the remit of Superman the Animated Series is to find the humanity within its stories, then Corbin's fate is the cruelest of all. He was merciless and cruel to begin with, but his transformation turns him into something cold and inhuman.
A fraud! There's the reality. The metal behind the man. It's all I am now. It's who I am. Metallo.
He is trapped by his metal body, relishing its power, but unable to enjoy the fruits of his victories. The Way of All Flesh follows the traditions of sci-fi B-movies, a scientific experiment which unleashes a monster onto the world. By the story's end, Corbin is no longer a man, but a machine, one driven solely by the need for revenge. A Machine Man also features prominently in the following episode, Stolen Memories. When Lex Luthor makes first contact with an extraterrestrial visitor, Superman is suddenly confronted by a figure from his long-lost homeworld, Brainiac. The animated series version of Brainiac was quite the departure from his comic book incarnation. At the time, he was a green-skinned alien conqueror from the planet Colu. It was Alan Burnett's idea to make him a Kryptonian artificial intelligence who betrays his creators. Corey Burton gives a memorable performance as the character. Bruce Timm had told him to create a voice inspired by Vic Perrin's opening narration from The Outer Limits.
For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set.
One can appreciate Jor-El's hard work. However, he is still mistaken. As I've stated before, the Templars are the result of a slight polar shift. No more.
Burton gives Brainiac an unsettling, uncanny presence. It sounds just like a machine trying to replicate a human voice. At first, Superman sees Brainiac as someone who can provide a bridge to his past.
You will know your world as if you lived there yourself. But Earth is my home now.
Powers such as yours should not be confined to a single infinitesimal dot.
But of course, the truth is much darker. In an impressively animated sequence, Superman learns the horrifying truth of Brainiac's mission. To Brainiac, life is merely information. People and their history are reduced to data. Against such a foe, Superman comes to symbolize the human spirit, the soul of life itself. This philosophical conflict is writ large on screen as the two Kryptonians face off inside Brainiac's ship. Though Lex Luthor endures as Superman's arch-enemy, the animated series incarnation of Brainiac is just as compelling as a nemesis.
I've had my fill of aliens for one day.
Stolen Memories is the first hint of a wider cosmic universe, one which comes up again in the episode The Main Man. This two-parter sees intergalactic bounty hunter Lobo tasked with bringing the last son of Krypton to the mysterious Preserver. What starts as Metropolis contending with another extraterrestrial visitor evolves into a full-on outer space adventure full of spaceships and aliens. The episode is packed with memorable design work, such as a rat-like creature with a second face over one eye.
If anyone's gonna collect on Squeak, it's gonna be family. Hand him over.
The eponymous Lobo can be hit or miss depending on the viewer. The character rode the wave of hard-edged, adult-oriented comics which began in the 80s and continued well into the 90s. The animated series, however, aired on kids' television, and so he's dialed back considerably.
You pig! Ow!
Ah, I like a babe who plays rough. Come on, let me have another. Right here, right here.
The resulting portrayal of the character feels somewhat compromised. At times he feels like a self-parody, at others a juvenile idea of cool and badass. How well his antics go down with the viewer can make or break the episode for some. Either way, Lobo and Superman make for a fun odd couple as they are forced to team up in Part 2 to escape the Preserver. This wacky sci-fi romp is full of action and humor and expands Superman's universe in exciting ways.
I guess that boy's just a sucker for hard luck cases.
After a solid first year, Season 1 ends with the return of Parasite in Two's a Crowd. When criminal mastermind Dr. Garver falls into a coma, the authorities enlist Parasite's help to find the location of a bomb Garver planted to ransom the city. But when he tries to extract the information, Garver's mind is transferred to Parasite's body. The episode notably features a guest performance from acclaimed actor Brian Cox as Garver. The stage and screen legend builds a threatening intelligence through Garver, one made even more dangerous in his habitation of Parasite's body.
2 minutes. That's all you've got. Now come over here and hold out your hand like a good boy.
In his debut episode Feeding Time, Rudy Jones aka Parasite was introduced as a lowly janitor hoping to score big with some corporate theft. In the same sci-fi B-movie tradition as Metallo, a terrible accident transforms Jones into the vampiric villain. As much as he wants to rise above his position, Rudy is too small-minded and selfish to know what to do with the abilities he's been given. He is easily manipulated by Garver, who exerts more and more control over his body throughout the episode. In the end, it's Superman who gets the better of him by turning both minds against each other. The greatest irony is that Rudy could have had it all with Garver's help, but in the end, he seems perfectly content with the vapid reality television inside his prison cell. But Superman the Animated Series was anything but vapid. It didn't have the same impact as its predecessor show, but Superman received strong ratings and critical praise. Though the dark noir tone of Batman was absent, Superman was still recognized for its high production values and strong storytelling. Season 2 grows even larger in scope, opening with 2 sci-fi epics back-to-back. First is Blasts from the Past, a 2-parter which sees 2 Phantom Zone criminals escape their prison and attempt to conquer Earth. Jack Sur and Mala are obvious substitutes for General Zod and Ursa, but they're memorable villains in their own right.
My, they are afraid of us.
Would you like a demonstration why, my darling?
Nothing would please me more.
While not as substantive as Stolen Memories, the episode features a string of spectacular action sequences. The finale plays out like a loose remake of Superman 2, with Superman challenging both criminals to a showdown and then catching them in a trap.
Parole revoked.
It's an entertaining slice of superhero action, but the following episode, The Promethean, is even grander in scope. As Superman helps to divert an asteroid headed for Earth, he discovers a gigantic alien creature shackled to the rock. The Promethean, more than any other episode, conveys a sense of overwhelming scale. The Promethean and its origins are so vast that there's a feeling of the characters stumbling onto something far beyond their understanding. This is another episode evocative of 50s sci-fi B-movies, this time taking inspiration from giant monster films like Godzilla. Unfortunately, the episode feels the need to explain the creature's origins. It's far more effective when left as a mystery. Even so, this is still a captivating episode full of striking visuals and epic action. Season 2 also sees the return of Metallo in several strong episodes. Whereas Superman's conflict with Lex Luthor or Brainiac hinge on ideology and philosophy, his conflict with Metallo is built out of pure hatred. Like the villain of a classic horror tale, no matter how many times he's defeated, he just keeps coming back. In The Way of All Flesh, he's cast at the bottom of the ocean and forced to walk along the sea floor for weeks or perhaps even months. In his second episode, Action Figures, he becomes caught in a lava flow. When the lava cools, he is trapped inside solid rock, completely aware but unable to move. These cruel and unusual defeats only amplify his thirst for revenge, and that intense emotion comes through in the conflict.
Remember how you left me, Superman, buried in rock? I couldn't move, I couldn't see, I couldn't hear, but I could think. and all I thought about was how I was going to make you pay.
The Man of Steel is forced onto the back foot, desperately trying to improvise some way of once again defeating his metallic opponent.
Bet you think you've got me? Well, surprise!
Heavy Metal also features the introduction of the hero Steel. Genius inventor John Henry Irons, voiced by Star Trek's Michael Dorn, had previously appeared in the episode Prototype. As Superman recovers from a battle with Metallo, Irons faces Corbin one-on-one in his new battle armor, eventually dealing the final blow.
Take this!
Steel is one of many DC characters who cross over in the show. The episode Speed Demons introduces the Flash.
Sorry I'm late, just woke up 2 minutes ago.
In a highly publicized race to see who is the fastest man alive, both heroes clash with the fiendish Weather Wizard.
You should have heeded the storm warning, Superman.
There's been a change in the weather.
What?
The episode is a treat for fans of the wider DC universe, with a fun rivalry between Superman and Flash.
Give me 5.
Oh!
Too slow.
The Hand of Fate features an appearance from the superhero wizard Dr. Fate. The episode is soaked in Lovecraftian horror as those trapped inside the Daily Planet are transformed into nightmarish monsters. Unfortunately, the episode is let down by the script's handling of Dr. Fate. Unlike Superman's crossover with The Flash, the Man of Steel apparently already met Dr. Fate off-screen. This has the effect of neutering the drama, which hinges on Fate's reluctance to adopt his wizard mantle again.
Don't waste your life in endless battle as I did. Not when the universe beckons.
You're wrong, Fate. We're nothing alike.
Having never seen the heroes' relationship before this, Fate's anguish and inevitable return don't carry the weight it should.
You don't have the tools to defeat me.
But I do.
Rather than an enthralling detour into uncharted territory, the Hand of Fate ends up feeling like a strange oddity. The show also introduces several original villains. The eponymous Livewire, a DJ critical of Superman, is transformed into a being made of pure electricity. Later, the episode Where There's Smoke introduces Volcana, a thief with fire powers who is the result of a secretive government experiment. Both episodes are solid debuts. Laurie Petty's unique voice gives Livewire an obnoxiously funny personality.
Lights out, super jerk. Hope you're not afraid of the dark.
Volcana is closer to an anti-hero, whose desire for revenge clashes with Superman's morals.
Volcana, no! Let the courts deal with him.
I prefer my own justice.
However, the power sets of both villains and the action scenes they generate suffer from Superman's vaguely defined power limits mentioned earlier. Many of the action sequences in these episodes can feel drawn out or contrived. Edward Leitner, aka Luminous, is more successful in this regard. Leitner's proficiency with hard light holograms allows for more creative plotting and more complex action. All three villains are fine additions to Superman lore, but none of them surpass the established rogues gallery. Superman's classic villains continue to excel in episodes like Identity Crisis. The episode starts like business as usual as we see a day in the life of the Man of Tomorrow.
I know it's tough to turn down a dare, but sometimes being brave means using your head and not doing something dangerous just because other kids pressure you.
You're right, Superman.
Everything seems routine until...
Take a wrong step, Mr. Kent? What?
In Identity Crisis, the writers find the humanity in another Superman villain, Bizarro. Rather than a power-hungry leech or a vengeful monster, Bizarro is a more sympathetic figure. He genuinely wants to do good because as far as he knows, he is the real Superman.
Let me guess. This is all a distraction, to keep me busy. If you say so, but I should warn you. Your makeup's rubbing off.
Soon his mind and body degrade, transforming him into a confused and slow-witted creature, easily manipulated by his true master, Lex Luthor.
What going on? Me am Superman?
Having Tim Daly also voice the character is a clever choice which constantly reminds the viewer of the good heart this unfortunate being possesses. Beneath his grotesque appearance and warped worldview, there is someone who means just as well as Superman.
Behold, you go. Superman, save Lois.
Another classic Superman villain is brought to life even more successfully in the episode Mixes Pixelated. Superman becomes the target of a series of pranks and mind games by the imp from the 5th dimension, Mr. Mxyzptlk. The only way to banish Mxyzptlk from Earth is to trick him into saying or spelling his name backwards.
I can't even say your name forward. How am I supposed to say it backward?
No, dope! You don't have to say it backward. You have to get me to say it.
Say what?
Kill Tipsyism! Gosh, you're thick! Now for the last time! Ah, nuts.
At first glance, Mr. Mxyzptlk seems like a relic of the silly Silver Age of comic books. However, the episode proves this notion wrong. Mr. Mxyzptlk facilitates some of the most bizarre imagery and creative plotting in the show. Mxyzptlk is godlike in his power, capable of warping reality into any shape he wants. He could easily destroy Superman with a wave of his hand, but he chooses not to. The first 2 encounters with Mxyzptlk prove just how dangerous he can be. He manipulates the Man of Steel into wrecking an art exhibit,
Superman?
And later transforms the Kents into bloodthirsty monsters.
Never seen those before.
There's an unsettling quality to Mxyzptlk. However, the episode chooses to go in a more comedic direction as Clark Kent devises increasingly clever ways of sending Mr. Mxyzptlk away.
Oh, it's you again, Mr. Kiltipsism.
Not kill Tipsyism! Mxyzptlk! Now, the first thing I'm gonna do... Oh, nuts!
The late Gilbert Gottfried is perfectly cast in the role, using his loud-mouth persona to give Mxyzptlk an appropriately over-the-top energy.
I've only got 90 days until my next bout with that Kate Claude! How does he do it?
The conflict is presented strangely, but at the core, the episode is a surreal battle of wits, with twists and turns that keep the viewer guessing until the very end.
In your face, Superman!
No, loser. It's yours.
Oh, shoot my monkey.
It's villains like Mr. Mxyzptlk that negate the need to restrain Superman's power level. Mixes Pixelated shows just how bold and imaginative a Superman story can be when writers stop insisting the character needs to be fixed. Now, please don't make me say Mr. Mxyzptlk ever again. Later in the season, the show wades back into darker territory in a brave new metropolis. An experiment at Star Labs sends Lois into a parallel universe where Superman and Lex Luthor rule over the nation as tyrants. Taking inspiration from the works of George Orwell and Aldous Huxley, Brave New Metropolis depicts a dark dystopian world full of intrigue. The Man of Steel presides over the city, keeping order with an iron fist, but Luthor is the one pulling the strings. When Lois's presence threatens Luthor's grip on power, he tries to have her killed. After a tense Hitchcockian action sequence, she finally comes face to face with this dark reflection of Superman.
Lois?
You.
The episode places Lois and Superman's relationship at the heart of the story. Their dynamic is reminiscent of the same relationship seen in the classic Donna Reeve version, but with updated personalities for both characters. Lois is charming, funny, and headstrong, the thorn in the side of anyone up to no good. Clark Kent, meanwhile, maintains a quiet confidence. Tim Daly's performance threads the needle. It's strong without being boastful, and humorous without making Clark seem like a buffoon.
And I can't figure out how some yokel from Smallville is suddenly getting every hot story in town.
Well, Lois, the truth is, I'm actually Superman in disguise, and I only pretend to be a journalist in order to hear about disasters as they happen and then squeeze you out of the byline.
You're a sick man, Kent.
They're both well-rounded characters who spark off each other well. For all of Lois's cynicism, even she can't deny the miraculousness of a figure like Superman. He serves as her guardian angel, always there when she needs him most. For Superman, Lois is his anchor to humanity, the constant reminder of the ordinary life he's fighting to protect and uplift as Superman. This is what gives Brave New Metropolis its power as a story. It shows us a world where love no longer exists.
You never knew how I felt about you. I never knew. Till you were gone.
You could have said something.
And it's those like Luthor who rule unchecked, while the rest of the population suffers in squalid slums and brutal prison camps. Beneath the surface of this gritty science fiction story is a sweeping melodrama of love triumphing over darkness as the people rise up against their tyrant. Like the best Superman stories, it wears its heart on its sleeve. Soon after Brave New Metropolis, the show gives us a deeper insight into Lex Luthor than ever before in Ghost in the Machine. When a new LexCorp product suffers a dangerous malfunction, Luthor's investigation brings him face to face with the resurrected Brainiac, who traps Luthor and forces him to construct a new body. In the modern day, it's easy to forget that Lex Luthor's incarnation as a corrupt businessman was invented by John Byrne. Beforehand, Luthor was closer to a mad scientist who attacked Superman with a variety of high-tech contraptions and advanced weaponry. Arguably, turning him into a sharp-suited industrialist takes away some of the fun from the character. The DC animated version of Lex Luthor is so successful because it combines both aspects of the character. Initially, he fits the bill as the evil corporatist, but Ghost in the Machine showcases his abilities as a genius inventor. Ghost in the Machine pushes Luthor to extremes as he is taken from his seat of power and trapped in a basement. Forced to do the dirty work he usually hands off to his employees.
I'm not some infernal machine. I'm human. I need food and rest.
The episode features some effective drama by following Mercy Graves as she tracks Luthor down after his disappearance. Like Harley Quinn before her, Mercy Graves functions well as a loyal henchwoman in previous episodes, but here her deeper motivations are revealed.
Before I met him, I was living on the streets, like a stray dog. He took me in, made me what I am.
This greater insight into the character sets up a heartbreaking turn of events in the episode's climax. Rather than being grateful for Superman's rescue, instead, Luthor ekes out a small personal victory, knowing that despite everything, he can't be touched.
I'm waiting.
Season 2 of Superman the Animated Series boasts many great episodes, but the standout by far is the epic 3-part crossover event World's Finest. In Gotham, the Joker steals a statue made of kryptonite and leaves for Metropolis to make a deal with Lex Luthor. Batman is hot on his heels, and his pursuit of the clown Prince of Crime brings him face to face with Superman for the first time. World's Finest is a contender for the best episode of the entire show. It innately understands the appeal of superhero crossovers, and ensures the first meeting between the Dark Knight and the Man of Steel is as fun, surprising, emotionally charged, and action-packed as possible. The legendary Kevin Conroy reprises his role along with the rest of the Batman animated series cast. Hearing both casts bounce off each other with Burnett and Dini's dialogue is delightful.
Excuse me, aren't you the famous Lois Lane?
Oh! Me? Famous? Well, hardly. I mean, this is Clark Kent.
Batman's appearance in Metropolis is a huge shake-up to the status quo. In their first meeting, Batman astonishes by throwing Superman through a table.
I heard you were crazy. I didn't think you were stupid.
From there, a sizzling rivalry builds between the two. Superman returns the favor by blowing Batman's secret identity.
Bruce Wayne. You peaked.
Only for Batman's brash action to reveal itself as a clever ploy to expose Clark Kent.
Touché.
The rivalry intensifies further when Bruce Wayne sweeps Lois off her feet, beginning a passionate love affair.
That I'm sitting on the hottest story of the year, Batman, unmasked, and there's not a blessed thing I can do about it.
Then you really do love me.
I'll get some iodine for that scrape. Burning, stinging iodine.
Next to Superman's clean moralism, Batman, for lack of a better word, comes off as so cool by comparison. But lest anyone accuse the episode of shortchanging the Man of Steel, the script strikes a terrific balance between both characters. And in their contest against the Joker and Lex Luthor, only both heroes working together can win the day. When Joker kidnaps Lois to bait Superman into a kryptonite trap, Superman initially seems to have the upper hand until...
I forgot the acid!
Luckily, Batman arrives soon after to destroy the crystal, but only Superman's powers can save them all. A perfect illustration of both heroes suffering defeats and earning victories without the situation ever feeling contrived. There's an equal amount of fun to be had on the villain's side as the chaos of Joker and Harley runs up against the refined logical scheming of Luthor and Mercy.
Put him down, Baldy!
Mercy!
As the Joker's plan devolves into a rampage across Metropolis, the two heroes finally put their differences aside.
Luthor's been lining his buildings with lead. It blocks my X-ray vision.
Well, there's always the direct approach. You're learning.
The final action sequence is equal parts superpowered throwdown,
Lead-lined door. I'll have to thank Luthor.
and swashbuckling aerial battle.
Ah, the heck with it.
Put simply, World's Finest embodies all the best qualities of both shows. It's thrilling, funny, and action-packed. Superhero popcorn entertainment in its finest form.
At this point, he probably is.
That same year saw the start of the new Batman Adventures, and both shows were grouped together as the new Batman-Superman Adventures. World's Finest was positively received by both fans and critics alike, winning a Daytime Emmy Award for Superman the Animated Series. Following its success, more Batman crossovers followed. Nighttime sees Superman impersonate the Dark Knight after Bruce Wayne vanishes under mysterious circumstances. This intriguing mystery comes with plenty of humor as Clark Kent does his best impression of Batman.
Where in heaven's name have you been?
Away.
That's it? That's all I get?
And baffles the Caped Crusaders rogues gallery with his superhuman abilities.
That's not possible.
He's been working out.
In The Demon Reborn, it is Batman's turn to rescue Superman when Ra's al Ghul kidnaps Clark to drain his life force. Like the Ra's al Ghul episodes in Batman, The Demon Reborn is an engaging slice of pulp adventure, which Superman slots into surprisingly well.
You know, there might be something to this partnership business after all.
Yeah, right.
Crossing the heroes over is a surefire way of crafting a great episode, but World's Finest remains the best. several episodes after World's Finest, is a great solo Superman adventure in The Late Mr. Kent. While chasing a story which could potentially prevent an innocent man's execution, the conspirators murder Clark Kent, leaving Superman to finish the job without the possibility of ever returning to his old life. The episode takes full advantage of Clark Kent's journalistic profession to weave a gripping noir thriller, replete with moody narration and flashback plot structure. Other Superman adaptations often only use his secret identity as a way of setting up a story. However, The Late Mr. Kent shows us that even Superman's day job is another avenue for him to seek truth and justice. Once again, this isn't something Superman can solve through brute strength. Instead, he teams up with Lois to take on the role of detective to expose the true culprits. This is an atypical Superman story with no alien invaders, mad scientists, or monsters run amok. And yet, it's Superman at his most human, with his strong sense of morality driving the plot. Even so, the episode isn't afraid to wade into darker territory. Superman watches helplessly as Lois mourns her colleague.
I always teased him, but I had so much respect. And I liked him too, I really did. Wish I'd told him.
But the darkest beat comes at the end. After police detective Bowman is apprehended as the real murderer, the final scene sees Bowman meet the fate he had foisted on an innocent man.
How did he survive that car bomb? How? He's Superman!
The Late Mr. Kent may be a departure from the expected superheroic antics, but it proves the mild-mannered reporter is just as much of a hero as the Man of Steel.
Poor thing, when I picked him up, he could barely remember his own name.
But he sure remembered yours. And your telephone number.
Clark and I go back a long way. Are you jealous?
Yeah. Jealous of his endless luck.
Towards the end of the season, the show returns to epic science fiction in the two-parter Apocalypse Now. A being from the planet New Genesis journeys to Earth to warn Superman of a looming invasion ordered by the mighty ruler of Apocalypse, Darkseid. Darkseid first appeared in DC Comics in an issue of Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen. However, Jack Kirby's pantheon of new gods was not a large part of Superman's mythology at the time. The producers of Superman the Animated Series brought them into the show to beef up Superman's rogues gallery with a formidable cosmic threat. The Apocalypse story arc was first introduced in Season 1's Tools of the Trade.
Welcome to Apocalypse, Mr. Mannheim.
Who are you?
Your new lord and master. You may call me Darkseid.
And resurfaced again in Father's Day.
And when the time comes, you and this primitive planet will swear allegiance to Darkseid, or you will be destroyed.
Apocalypse Now is the payoff to this build-up, as for the first time in the series, the entire world is at stake. The forces of Apocalypse present a threat which Superman can't handle alone. Luckily, he is aided by Lieutenant Dan Turpin. Turpin was another Jack Kirby creation, and as a tribute to the writer/artist, Turpin's appearance and personality were modeled after Kirby himself. He is initially critical of Superman, but over time the two develop a grudging respect for one another.
Looks to me like Superman saved your skin again.
Other way around. If it wasn't for Dan Turpin, I wouldn't be standing here tonight. Thanks.
Anytime, pal.
Darkseid is voiced by Michael Ironside, and his performance stands alongside Kevin Conroy's Batman as definitive. In Apocalypse Now, Darkseid's voice loses its previous modulation, as Ironside's unaltered voice perfectly captures the character on its own. His menace comes from his calm arrogance. After all, the truly powerful do not need to shout.
You're a magnificent opponent, Superman. But even you must realize it's hopeless.
Apocalypse Now heightens everything in Superman the Animated Series. The scale of the action is larger than ever before. Turpin commands troops in gritty street-level battles, while Superman fights in the skies and uses his powers to stop Earth from being terraformed into another apocalypse. The emotional impact is also heightened when a last-minute reprieve comes at a terrible cost.
Savor your moment of triumph, Superman. But remember, victory has its price.
Get
the end of Apocalypse Now, the stakes have been raised higher than ever before.
In the end, the world didn't really need a Superman. Just a brave one.
Something more hopeful follows the death and darkness of Apocalypse Now in Little Girl Lost. When Superman surveys the ruins of Krypton, he discovers a long-lost relative on a forgotten sister planet, Kara Zor-El, aka Supergirl. Like Batgirl before her, the animated series incarnation of Supergirl is excellent. While Clark Kent became Superman as part of a moral crusade, Kara, having just discovered her powers, relishes the opportunity for some superheroics for the sheer joy of it. Superman may merely be a persona for Clark, but for Kara, Supergirl is her true self. While flying, she has a bright smile, and her movement style is gracefully balletic. She's not as strong as Superman, but she always dives headfirst into the action and never backs down from a fight. Her outlook is adolescent, not satisfied with a quiet life in Smallville and always yearning for something more. Her debut 2-part episode charts the beginnings of her journey into maturity, but the later episode Unity is her best episode. Unity is an underrated episode, often unfairly dismissed by fans of the series. After a trip to Metropolis, Kara returns to Smallville to find the town taken over by a parasitic alien hive mind. Once again, the writers tipped their hats to 50s sci-fi, taking heavy inspiration from stories like The Puppeteers and the more famous Invasion of the Body Snatchers. The episode nails that creepy, paranoia-drenched atmosphere. Unity's harbinger, Reverend Howell, is an especially memorable villain with an uncanny smile and piercing eyes. The episode is a treat for fans of the subgenre, but the focus on Kara's character is what makes it work. At first, Kara can't wait to get out of Smallville and join her cousin for exciting adventures in the big city. Having seen the glitz and glamour of Metropolis, the townsfolk of Kansas seem crushingly dull by comparison.
Would you say those are rutabagas or turnips?
I'd say turnips.
Now, Eugene, I know rutabagas and I know turnips, and those don't look like no turnips I've ever seen.
After fighting off Unity, she gains a newfound appreciation for the place.
Kara?
Shh. Not so loud, Pa. Let's go.
Kara's more innocent worldview proves to be a strength rather than a hindrance. It fuels her heroism and reinforces her familial bond with the Kents. She should be in no hurry to grow up.
Say, Martha, did you see what the Langs are growing? Looks like rutabaga.
I don't know, Jonathan. Looks like turnips to me.
Overall, Supergirl is a welcome addition to the show, and her debut episode leaves the season on a high. The following season of Superman the Animated Series would unfortunately be its last. Despite solid ratings, the show's production costs had steadily risen, and Kids WB wanted to pivot to more youth-fronted shows like Batman Beyond and Static Shock. With this loss of support from the network, Superman's solo adventures came to an abrupt end in the year 2000. The final season continues the hot streak that started in Season 2. There are some weaker episodes, such as the convoluted return of Mr. Mxyzptlk in Little Big Head Man.
Hey, $10 says Biz Boy mops the floor with Superhead. You in?
And the underwhelming return of Metallo in Superman's Pal.
What was that supposed to be?
Battery acid.
However, there are plenty of strong crossover episodes. In Brightest Day introduces Green Lantern Kyle Rayner. The powering constructs are vividly rendered in animated form. Sinestro's abilities prove too much for the Man of Steel, paving the way for Rayner to step up and become a worthy hero in his own right.
But I'm just an artist. I doodle in the margins of notepads. I live half my life in a fantasy world.
You sound perfect.
A Fish Story sees the first appearance of Aquaman. The episode features plenty of underwater action, and the drama is given weight thanks to a surprisingly downbeat ending.
Run, you lousy stinking fish!
But the series ends on the highest of highs in the two-parter Legacy. While exploring space, Superman is captured by Apocalypse and brainwashed into believing he's Darkseid's firstborn son. As the greatest form of revenge, Darkseid orders Superman to lead the conquest of Earth. As strong as Lex Luthor and Brainiac are in the show, here Darkseid emerges as Superman's ultimate nemesis. He is Superman's dark reflection, the monster he could become if he ever used his immense power for evil rather than good. Darkseid's revenge is so crushing that it turns Superman into the very thing he hates. It isn't simply an attack on Earth, but an attack on Superman's very soul.
Emil, she'll die.
But if I help either of you, it'd be considered an act of treason.
Hamilton!
Yes, of course. Just don't hurt me.
Please, do what you can.
Pushed to the brink, Superman returns to Apocalypse to face Darkseid and finish it once and for all.
That's for Dan Turpin.
Who?
The good man you murdered.
Had I known one human's death would pain you so, I would have killed more.
Here the final battle reaches mythic heights as the two godlike beings brawl possibly to the death.
And kill more I shall. Carry that agony with you to oblivion, Superman.
Though triumphant, in the end, Superman is robbed of victory.
You're free.
Master.
Let me help you, Master.
I am many things, Kal-El. But here, I am God.
Legacy was originally intended to set up a story arc for the next season, one where Superman works to win back the trust of Earth. The show's cancellation leaves the ending on an uncertain note, but there's a kernel of hope. Despite everything that's happened, at least Superman knows he hasn't lost the love of one particular person.
How can I win back the trust of an entire planet?
One person at a time.
I may quibble over certain creative choices, but Superman the Animated Series is a brilliant adaptation of the character. Not only did it succeed in stepping out of the shadow of the Donna Reeve version, it arguably surpassed it. The show embodies everything great about Superman and his world, in a way that feels just as timeless and classic as Batman the Animated Series. Yet it stood apart from other versions, by making its stories and characters relatable and grounded in a way no other version has quite managed to do. Fantastical, epic, and spectacular, but always with real heart at its core. I stop just short of calling it definitive. For me, that will always be the Donna Reeve version, but I perfectly understand anyone who disagrees. Whenever I finish re-watching the first two original Superman movies, and I want to enjoy another great adventure with the Man of Tomorrow, there's no better place to go than Superman the Animated Series. In the 1990s, DC superheroes were riding high with a series of animated incarnations. Batman and Superman the Animated Series debuted to strong ratings, critical praise, and eternal fan devotion. But as the new millennium approached, shifting priorities from the powers that be brought both shows to an abrupt end. Taking their place was a show that seemed destined for failure, a cynical, corporate-mandated spin-off that appeared to be exactly what fans didn't want. However, when this new addition to the DC Universe finally debuted, it was beyond anything they were expecting. In the late 90s, producers Bruce Timm and Alan Burnett were riding high on the success of the new Batman Adventures and Superman the Animated Series. The producers and their creative team had successfully staged a realignment of children's animation on the small screen. The toothless, morally simplistic Saturday morning cartoons of the 1980s had given way to complex stories of emotional richness, presented with beautiful Fleischer-esque animation. So when Tim Burnett and Warner Animation head Gene McCurdy were called into a meeting with Kids WB, they expected to hear good news. Unfortunately, the meeting was to inform them of the cancellation of both their current shows. As successful as Batman and Superman had been, their production expenses had been steadily rising since their inception, while their ratings had stagnated. There was also a demographic consideration. Timm and Burnett's shows both skewed older toward teens and young adults, missing the 6 to 11-year-old bracket the network was geared towards. Head of programming Jamie Kellner then spoke the words which terrified the trio: teenage Batman.
And so like literally none of us are saying anything, and he's just like waiting for us to say something. And I kind of like just jumped into the breach and I went, well, I don't want to throw out all this continuity that we've done. We've done the Batman show and then the Superman show, and we're kind of tying it all together. So maybe if Bruce Wayne gets too old to be Batman and he has to bring in a new younger guy to be Batman, and Jamie goes, great, I like that idea. Let's do that. And I'm
wow.
Okay. And we talk a little bit more about it. And we're kind of making it up in the room, and then we're getting ready to leave. And I say, oh, so I guess we'll develop it and we'll reconvene and we'll pitch it to you. And he goes, oh no, you've got a green light. He goes, I want that show for next fall.
Upon their return to the office, Timm and Burnett were downtrodden and considered quitting the series altogether.
And I go in on Monday morning and I see Glenn first thing, and I go in there and I tell him what it was all about. Everything that happened. I say, yeah, teenage Batman, and it's in the future and everything. And Glenn goes, I think it sounds cool. And I went, huh?
Glenn Murakami was almost a full decade younger than the other producers and had worked his way up from a storyboard artist on Batman the Animated Series. He could see potential in the idea which Timm and Burnett had missed. Murakami suggested breaking away from the retro, deco, and noir influences which characterized the previous shows, and instead making something truly modern and edgy. The cyberpunk genre was popular in the 90s. Blade Runner had fully transitioned from a flop to a cult classic, and hits like RoboCop and Total Recall proved the genre's box office worth. Japanese anime films like Akira and Ghost in the Shell had also broken through to the US, and a burgeoning internet inspired many stories of hackers, virtual reality, and machines running amok. Marvel Comics had even embraced the trend with Marvel 2099. Taking Murakami's lead, Timm and Burnett saw an opportunity to create a teen-focused show they could be excited about, while still preserving the continuity they had already established. In a dark dystopian future Gotham, Bruce Wayne has retired and become a recluse, but when troubled teen Terry McGinnis crosses paths with him and learns his secret, the two work together to continue the Batman legacy and restore hope to the city. The show's announcement met a mixed reception from fans. Some saw the potential of the premise, while others denounced it as a cynical attempt to pander to the trends of the day. One positive no one could deny was Kevin Conroy's return to the role of Bruce Wayne, which lent the new series a sense of legitimacy despite fan concerns. Finding a new Batman, however, was a tougher task. Voice director Andrea Romano once again led the casting effort. She searched far and wide for the right actor to play Terry McGinnis, but in the end it was Bruce Timm's wife who spotted the new Batman. While channel surfing, she came across an episode of the sitcom Boy Meets World, and was impressed by then 23-year-old Will Friedle. She then recommended him to Romano, and his audition won over the producers almost immediately. Like Tim Daly and Kevin Conroy before him, Friedle had no experience with voice acting, but he jumped at the chance to play Batman. He was an enormous fan of Batman the Animated Series, and getting to work alongside Conroy was a dream come true. According to the actor, Conroy took Friedle under his wing, and provided invaluable guidance in his new role. In the premiere episode, Terry's father is killed when he uncovers a corporate conspiracy led by corrupt CEO Derek Powers. Character actor Sherman Howard had previously auditioned for Lex Luthor in Superman the Animated Series. Though he lost out to Clancy Brown, the producers knew he'd be perfect as the chief villain for Batman Beyond. Unlike Bruce Wayne before him, Terry McGinnis has to balance his Batman persona with his busy social life and family responsibilities. His on-again, off-again girlfriend Dana was played by Lauren Tom, while Seth Green was cast as Terry's high school rival Nelson Nash. Terry Garr, famous for her roles in Young Frankenstein, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and Friends, was cast as Terry's mother Mary. Then 15-year-old Ryan O'Donoghue played Terry's younger brother Matt. Bruce's only remaining connection to the past is former Batgirl Barbara Gordon, now the Commissioner of Police in Gotham City. Stage and screen actress Stockard Channing landed the role. For the first episode, Michael Gross played Terry's doomed father Warren McGinnis. and his killer Mr. Fix was played by Star Trek's George Takei. Like previous DC animated productions, most of the actual animation was created overseas by studios in Japan and Korea. All of the scripts, design work, storyboards, and post-production were handled by Warner Bros. Animation directly. To distinguish this future Gotham City from the one in the previous animated series, much of the design work was inspired by the work of Sid Mead, who had worked on the original Blade Runner. Inspiration was also taken from the anime film Akira, with dashes of Fritz Lang's Metropolis. The new Batsuit had many iterations. Bruce Timm decided almost immediately that the new suit should be cape-free and more high-tech. After experimenting with various armoured looks, the team settled on a sleek, form-fitting black suit with a red bat symbol. For the opening credit sequence, several shots were created in live action. For the shots of older Bruce Wayne and Batman surrounded by enemies, Bruce Timm placed maquettes on a Lazy Susan and shot them in his home on a camcorder. He then played the footage back on his TV and shot the screen with the same camcorder. This gave the elements a degraded look, which was then enhanced further in post. For the show's music, the creative team was initially hesitant to approach Shirley Walker and the stable of other composers they had previously worked with. The idea was to have fresh, modern-sounding music, heavy metal and electronica with little to no orchestra. Rising to the challenge, Walker et al. Submitted uncredited demos for the opening theme, and it was Christopher Carter's which won out. After rapid development and production, Batman Beyond debuted on the 10th of January 1999. It was easily the biggest gamble the team had made since the original Batman series. The debut two-part episode Rebirth is somewhat of a mixed bag, but it shows great potential nonetheless. It begins with Batman on a mission to save a young hostage from her villainous kidnappers. The premise is quintessential Batman, but it also effectively communicates how Batman and his world are already transforming. Gotham appears with its familiar red skies, but the Art Deco aesthetic is already gone. Batman dons a new high-tech suit which reduces his form to its most basic silhouette. At first he seems to be the Batman we knew, simply with a different coat of paint. But his momentum is stalled by a debilitating heart condition. It turns this run-of-the-mill Batman adventure into a desperate fight for survival. Pushed to the brink, Batman is forced to pick up a gun to save himself. The weight of this act is firmly felt when Batman removes his mask, revealing the face of a terrified, aging Bruce Wayne. Knowing he's crossed the line, he hangs up his cape for good.
Never again.
Seeing Batman defeated not in an ultimate battle with one of his greatest foes, but by the ravages of time on a routine mission, makes for a somber beginning. That mood is then shattered as the opening titles thunder onto the screen. Batman and Superman the Animated Series relished their retro influences, but Batman Beyond stands out as something modern and cutting edge. There's no trace of any Fleischer cartoon here. Instead, the sequence bombards the viewer with a succession of distorted and at times impressionistic images. It plunges into this dark world and then soars as the main theme emerges. Any concerns that Batman Beyond would be a lightweight children's show are quickly put to rest by the end of this sequence. The episode then begins in earnest, fully introducing us to future Gotham and the new Batman-to-be, Terry McGinnis. Neo Gotham features some of the most striking design work of the entire DC animated universe. The city appears as an endless sprawl of gigantic, brutalist skyscrapers and crime-ridden back alleys, all joined together by a twisted web of highways and bridges. The DC animated shows already had high contrast colors and hard lighting, but Batman Beyond takes this to the extreme, creating entire environments out of the most basic geometric shapes and bold splashes of color. It's classic cyberpunk through and through, replete with rampaging biker gangs and corrupt megacorporations wielding power over the masses. Terry McGinnis quickly distinguishes himself as both a man of this time and the perfect person to take on the Batman mantle. In his introductory scene, he stands up for an innocent bystander being intimidated by a Joker.
Get lost, clown.
Oh, big man.
For many, the words edgy teenage Batman spell doom for this new spin-off. However, Terry McGinnis is incredibly well-rounded as a character. He is an edgy teenager, but he's not angsty. He's cool and charismatic, but not egotistical. He's quippy, but he's not facetious. By no means is he perfect, but he's easily someone the audience can root for without being pandered to. Will Friedle, like Kevin Conroy before him, excels in the role due to his range. He moves effortlessly through all the facets of Terry's personality without ever feeling inconsistent. Terry is an archetype to a certain extent, but Friedle's performance and the high-quality writing make the character feel authentic. However, the true mark of his talent is heard during his scenes with the great Kevin Conroy. After running afoul of a gang of jokers, Terry is chased to the outskirts of Gotham, and his bike's headlights literally bring Bruce Wayne out of the shadows. Conroy is as great as always, making Bruce Wayne sound more gravelly.
Leave him alone. And get off my property. You're trespassing.
As aged as Bruce Wayne is, in the ensuing fight we see traces of the old Batman in there.
Who do you think you're talking to, old man? We're the Jokers.
Sure you are.
But Terry's feeling of triumph quickly fades, as Bruce's heart condition flares up again. This kind of thing is present throughout the first episode. Victories are quickly undercut by setbacks. Seeing the violence and corruption which has taken hold in Gotham City, we're forced to ask if Bruce's crusade as Batman was all in vain.
You're Batman.
I was Batman.
Both men find themselves caught up in a conspiracy to create a new bioweapon, headed by CEO of Wayne Powers, Derek Powers. There was a palpable risk of Powers becoming a Lex Luthor clone, but Sherman Howard creates a unique personality in the role. Whereas Lex Luthor put on a charming act for the public, Powers is almost blatantly evil. He's completely heartless in his pursuit of raising the bottom line, and the episode strays into surprisingly dark territory. Dark even by the standards created in Batman the Animated Series.
One of my workers. Terrible thing. There was a gas leak in his lab. This is what he looked like the next day. 2 hours later.
There is no cure?
Extreme heat or radiation, but at this stage it's obviously not an option. Dust to dust.
The only thing in the premiere episode which doesn't work is the death of Terry's dad. It functions as something to raise the stakes and drive Terry into stealing the Batsuit, and turns Powers and Mr. Fix into more personal antagonists. However, the actual event doesn't pack the emotional punch it should. As well-rounded as Terry is, Warren McGinnis isn't nearly as layered a character, and the two only share a single scene together before Warren is killed off. It works mechanically, but doesn't go that extra mile to make us feel the tragedy. This weakness holds the premiere back from true greatness. Part 1 is packed with gorgeous visuals and strong character writing, but Part 2 is more reliant on action. It's well-staged and well-animated action, but nothing more spectacular than anything from the new Batman Adventures. The character development is what carries the episode. In a surprising turn, it's Terry who lifts Bruce out of his depression.
I read up on you, Mr. Wayne. I know how you lost your folks. The guy who murdered my dad is on that transport. This is my one chance to nail him.
The hover pads are in the northeast sector.
Wish me luck.
Good luck.
In the end, Terry's hard-fought victory over Powers finally wins Bruce over.
You're pretty strong for some clown who thinks he's Batman.
I am Batman.
The following scene is skillfully written with cleverly layered subtext. When Bruce Wayne pays the McGinnis home an unexpected visit, Terry's new life of crime fighting truly begins.
Very good then, Mr. McGinnis. Welcome to my world.
But Batman Beyond isn't completely free of its retro influences. In the episode's final Frankenstein-like scene, Derek Powers, having been doused with his own mutagenic bioweapon, transforms into the supervillain Blight. It's the perfect visualization of the true self he keeps hidden behind his corporate shield. Batman Beyond's first season strikes the perfect balance between the dark cyberpunk action envisioned by the creators and the high school drama suggested by the network. Elements and plot lines which would feel rote in any other show make for compelling stories in Batman Beyond. One such example is the episode The Winning Edge. The episode sees Terry hunting for the supplier of a performance-enhancing drug, which has infiltrated his school. The episode could have easily degenerated into a tiresome anti-drugs PSA, replete with a scene of Terry's mother finding the aforementioned slappers in his backpack.
The lies, the poor grades, the unexplained absences. It's because of these, isn't it?
No, they're not even mine!
But Batman Beyond adds depth to the premise by keeping the focus on character. Rather than a simplistic just say no style message, the episode depicts a tyrannical coach pressuring his star player into becoming a user. The episode also utilizes the established Batman lore well, when Terry and Bruce trace the source of the drugs to Bane. Throughout the show we learn the fate of many of Batman's old villains, and Bane, like many of the Dark Knight's old foes, meets a gruesome fate.
Bane.
Like many episodes in the first season, The Winning Edge threads the needle to satisfy the powers that be, the creators themselves, and the fans. It proves the concept of a teenage Batman doesn't need to constrain the show's stories, but instead act as a solid jumping-off point for action-packed sci-fi superhero adventures. The relationship between Terry McGinnis and Bruce Wayne is what anchors the show. They are both defined by a desire for justice, but their differences are what makes the relationship so compelling. Terry's Batman is very different to Wayne's Batman. Wayne was trained in stealth and infiltration, learning from magicians, escape artists, and ninjas, but Terry is a street brawler, often diving headfirst into the action. The showrunners embrace the Spider-Man of it all, as Terry struggles to balance his normal life with his vigilante persona. Unlike Bruce, Terry has a life outside of Batman, a life which often suffers because of his obligations to Bruce. The relationship is far from one-sided. Bruce often scolds Terry for his hot-headedness and accuses him of shirking his responsibilities, yet we're continuously given clear visual proof that following exactly in Wayne's footsteps leads to a lonely and sad life. Both men are at their best when they meet each other halfway. Terry learns discipline from Bruce, and Bruce is reminded by Terry there is a world outside the Batcave. Dead Man's Hand showcases this relationship well. When the Royal Flush Gang returns to Gotham City, Terry unknowingly falls for one of its members, Melanie Walker, aka 10. At first, Bruce is dismissive of Terry's angst, viewing it as shallow teen drama. The episode leans into that tone though, featuring a swooning encounter in the rain set to corny soft rock music. Naturally, the two cannot have their happy ending, as 10 is arrested with her family. Rather than hitting Terry with a stern lesson, instead, Wayne opens up to him.
This kind of thing ever happen to you?
Let me tell you about a woman named Selina Kyle.
This is the real heart of the show. Terry doesn't grow into Bruce, instead they grow together to become the best versions of themselves. Batman Beyond begins on solid footing, but its first great episode is Meltdown. As Derek Powers' condition worsens, a new procedure could provide him with a new body. However, to ensure it will work, Powers' scientists create a test body to resurrect Victor Freeze. Writer Paul Dini's revamp of Mr. Freeze is one of Batman the Animated Series' greatest triumphs. This complex and tragic figure made several reappearances throughout the show, even receiving equal billing with Batman in the movie Sub-Zero. Although he succeeded in saving his terminally ill wife Nora, Freeze is unable to return to a normal life, having lost too much of his humanity. In Meltdown, Freeze is the protagonist, with Batman taking on a more reactive role to events. Despite Wayne's doubts, the viewer is made to empathize with Freeze as he tries to accept his new life. But inevitably, Freeze's happiness cannot last, and his new body soon breaks down. Turning on the city once again, Mr. Freeze appears even more inhuman, his face appearing like a ghostly apparition from beneath his helmet. Yet even when he seems to have surrendered to despair, we're once again reminded of the good man Freeze once was, when he saves Batman from Blight and spares the city. After a life filled with tragedy, this last vestige of what used to be Victor Freeze finally meets its end.
You gotta get out of here, Freeze. The whole place is gonna go.
Believe me, you're the only one who cares.
Freeze, no!
It's a heartbreaking farewell to one of the DC animated universe's greatest creations.
Guess you were right about Freeze all along?
We both were.
Batman Beyond's first season features several great nods to classic Batman villains, but there's no shortage of strong original villains. In the episode Shriek, we're introduced to the eponymous sound engineer turned corporate assassin, who uses projected sound waves to attack his targets. At every opportunity, the writers find clever ways to exploit Shriek's gimmick. The episode features experimental visuals and sounds, with a surreal opening,
See, Mr. Powers? Just an illusion.
and an unusual climax where Shriek pulls all sound out of the environment to better hunt down Batman. Shriek's mastery of sound is used in more subtle ways too. After an unsuccessful attempt to kill Bruce Wayne in Old Gotham City, Shriek frames him for insanity by making him hear voices. In the first of many ironic defeats, Shriek is ultimately brought down by his own invention.
No.
The episode Spellbound introduces another terrific original villain in Spellbinder. Though Spellbinder was introduced in the comics, this is yet another instance of the DCAU writers wholly reinventing a character for their adaptation. Spellbinder is a school psychologist who tricks patients into committing crimes by beaming illusions into their minds. Much like Shriek, the episode's script uses Spellbinder's abilities in a variety of creative ways. The illusions the villain conjures up offer everything from pulp adventure to visceral battles and game show comedy.
Huh? Terry, snap out of it!
The climax of the episode echoes Universal monster movies, as Terry battles a horde of zombies in the decrepit forests behind Wayne Manor. It's a roller coaster of imagination which keeps the viewer guessing until the very end. Another original villain is Ink, a corporate saboteur who, through use of a mutagenic substance, has the power to shapeshift into an inky black form. She proves to be a formidable opponent in her debut episode Blackout, which sees her infiltrate the Batcave. But Ink's best episode this season is Disappearing Ink. While in captivity, obsessive janitor Aaron Herbst releases Ink to get back at his employers when they fire him. Once freed, Ink enlists the man's help to take revenge on Batman. Despite her design and the writer's love of film noir, Ink breaks from the expected femme fatale archetype.
Don't you ever touch me like that again.
Her abilities make her one of the most dangerous opponents Batman ever faces in the series. While Clayface usually appeared as a hulking beast, Ink constantly varies her speed and strength, never giving her opponent time to breathe. The episode's climax is full of surprises, such as Ink transforming Herbst into a grotesque abomination, and Bruce Wayne suiting up in power armor. As she's washed away by the rain, a clever line from Bruce adds some welcome levity to this twisted tale.
Poor deluded fool.
It's a fantastic outing for one of Batman Beyond's strongest villains. The Season 1 finale, Ascension, features even more great writing. As Powers' condition worsens, he brings in his son Paxton to take over leadership of the company. But just as the transition of power occurs, his horrifying secret is revealed. Though Terry has proven himself repeatedly thus far, Ascension puts him to the greatest test when he has to choose between justice and revenge. However, in framing much of the action from Powers' point of view, the episode takes some unexpected but more meaningful turns. For Terry, his showdown with Blight is one of the most pivotal moments in his life. But in a funny subversion, Batman is simply a nuisance to Powers.
You killed my father.
Do you have the slightest idea how little that narrows it down?
Instead, Powers is brought down by his own son, Paxton. Fittingly, Powers becomes a victim of the soulless corporate greed which drove him for most of the series. Trapped inside a nuclear submarine, Powers can only scream with rage as he is plunged into a watery grave. Batman Beyond cemented itself in its first year as more than a worthy addition to the DC universe. Despite the initial skepticism of many fans, they were quickly won over. The series received strong ratings and critical acclaim, guaranteeing further adventures with Terry McGinnis for another season. However, Batman's success came with notes from the network. While they liked the show, it was still tracking older than their intended demographic, so the producers were told to dial back the corporate espionage and instead refocus the show on high school. This change has an undeniably detrimental effect on Batman Beyond's second season, a frustration the writers voiced through Bruce Wayne.
But this thing, I don't know, it just feels so high school.
Season 1 struck a good balance by using Terry's high school as a springboard for the more mature stories the writers were known for. In Season 2, however, an inordinate amount of stories take place almost entirely within school or centered on one of Terry's classmates. Some teen-focused episodes are successful, such as Hidden Agenda and Hooked Up. These narratives lean into grittier teenage themes to tell more hard-hitting stories. Spellbinder's return in Hooked Up is particularly grim as he addicts teen subjects to virtual fantasies.
I'll put you back in once you run some errands. First, dump this mess across town.
Many other episodes, however, like Rats, Revenant, and Terry's Friend Dates a Robot, are superfluous at best and embarrassing at worst.
Don't be scared. They're my friends. My name is Patrick, and this is my world.
It's obvious from the quality of the episodes that the writers don't have much love for these kinds of stories. With noir, gothic, or sci-fi inspired stories, the viewer can feel the passion the team has for them. High school plots, on the other hand, constrain this passion. The scripts work well on a mechanical level, but the overall quality suffers. The Last Resort, for example, features a teen reform camp which is revealed to be a brainwashing center. Instead of a brutal 1984-like story of resisting tyranny, the camp's horrors feel toothless. It becomes a story about the lightweight topic of teenage rebellion rather than the more substantive narrative it could have been. Network notes also necessitated the inclusion of Max, a teen prodigy who deduces Terry's secret identity as Batman. For the most part, the character is well written and well voiced, but Max feels largely redundant. Bruce Wayne already functioned as Terry's confidant and ally. Max's character ends up serving the same function merely from a teenager's perspective. That being said, the writers were still talented enough to find interesting ways of using the character. The episode Where's Terry sees Max and Bruce begrudgingly team up after McGinnis goes missing, with some amusing results.
There's no way into the shelter now, unless
what?
Unless I distract them for you. Should that young lady be down there?
Hey, you! What are you doing? Get out of here! This is dangerous! Hey, come together!
The animation quality suffers a major downgrade in many episodes. At the time, the production team was in the process of switching from traditional cell animation to digital animation, and it seems there were some teething problems. The worst looking episode of the season is Final Cut. What should be a thrilling, action-packed episode of dueling assassins is severely let down by subpar presentation. There's noticeable aliasing in the line work, and movement is generally stiff. Many scenes lack the signature cinematic blocking of the series, instead falling back on basic coverage. The superb, shadow-heavy lighting is almost gone entirely. Rather than characters moving in and out of shadow, the shadows seem to be stuck to people's faces, and even switch sides between shots. But the biggest casualties are the backgrounds and effects. Though drawn by hand, the digital colouring throws off the entire palette of the show, turning Gotham from a moody dystopian setting into a brightly coloured metropolis even at night. The fake paint texture makes many backgrounds and effects soft and murky looking. Overall, it completely robs the show of its atmosphere. Instead, Batman Beyond ends up looking like any other kids show at the time. Thankfully, the production eventually overcame these teething problems, but a good third of the season is visually poorer than what came before. That being said, the writing is still generally to a high standard, and excels whenever the season moves outside its high school trappings. Earthmover is a classic gothic horror tale with a sci-fi twist. Most of the action features Batman battling some mud monsters, but the third act veers away from B-movie antics into proper horror with a disturbingly designed antagonist. Ace in the Hole follows Bruce Wayne's loyal Bat-Hound through the streets of Gotham as he hunts down the mob boss who abused him. This gritty, street-level episode features outstanding visual storytelling as we follow Ace in the present and in flashbacks. The episode is harsh at times, with the subject of animal cruelty at its core, but once again the writers eschew the expected moralizing to instead focus on character. Against all odds, the heroes overcome the obstacles, and Bruce Wayne is reunited with his most loyal companion in a heartwarming conclusion. Splicers sees a gene splicing trend sweep through Gotham, allowing people to take on animal traits for greater physical prowess or simply for style. The episode uses the concept to lean into some effective body horror. A hair-raising scene sees Terry forcibly transformed into a giant bat creature. Dramatic irony comes into play once again when Terry gives the leader of the Splicers an overdose of mutagen, transforming him into a nightmarish monster which wouldn't look out of place in a David Cronenberg film.
What have you done to me?
These kinds of ironic defeats come up again in more character-driven stories like Babel and Sneak Peek. In Babel, Shriek holds Gotham ransom with a sonic weapon which renders speech incomprehensible.
Maybe he found some way to Pradish dash Pergrana.
What? You're not making Ursino. Cordytiotoxin?
Terry, what's happening to you?
But rather than demanding money, he asks the city to hand over Batman.
Ollie, there's a whole world of sound out there that I'll never hear outside of this stinking suit!
The strong script takes some surprising turns. Rather than the expectant response of Bruce telling Terry to be noble, instead he lashes out at the city's populace for their ungratefulness.
But you work for a mayor who'd sell out the kid at the drop of a hat. All I know right now is this. That kid's done a lot for this city. It's time for the city to do something for him.
In the end, it's Terry who chooses to be the bigger man and face Shriek alone. Echoing their first encounter, Shriek is yet again defeated by sound, or in this instance, its absence.
The towers are falling! Get away from there! No use pleading. You're dead.
In Sneak Peek, an intrusive tabloid journalist who can make himself intangible discovers Batman's secret identity. Michael McKean's Ian Peake steals the episode. His whole presence is designed to be irritating.
That's the trouble with this business. You meet so many liars, you forget what sincerity sounds like. Want to say it all again while I've got the camera running?
But he gets his comeuppance when he loses control of his abilities. As annoying as the character is, it's hard to argue anyone deserves the horrific fate Peake meets at the end of the episode. The irony seems not to be lost on Peake himself, as in his final moments, McKean injects a burst of mad laughter, which only makes the scene more disturbing. But Batman Beyond isn't all tragedy and darkness all the time. It can still have some well-earned fun, as demonstrated in the episode Egg Baby. As a test of parenthood, Terry and his classmates are given simulated infants to look after. When Terry's assigned partner dumps the titular Egg Baby on him, he's forced to take it on his missions as Batman. Considering the detrimental effect school-focused stories have on this season, Egg Baby should be a disastrous episode for the show. Remarkably, however, it's quite good. The episode leans into the absurdity of the situation to create a more humorous tone.
What's going on there? Is that a baby? You brought a baby with you?
Terry, is there something you need to tell me?
The episode's deliberately Silver Age villains, Ma Mayhem and her sons Slim and Carl, contribute extra comedy to the episode.
Kinda reminds me of when you two were little. Get rid of it.
Although this light-hearted outing broke with the gritty tone of the series fans loved, the episode netted the show its first daytime Emmy win.
Hello, police. I want to report a robbery. A ruby ring. And 20,000 credits.
One of the best Season 2 episodes is the AI-infused Lost Soul. The digitized consciousness of a deceased computer genius reawakens to take control of the city, but when Batman intervenes, it takes over the Batsuit itself. Lost Soul is one of the few episodes in Season 2 to properly take advantage of the show's cyberpunk setting. Guest star Stacy Keach delivers a memorable performance as the disembodied Vance. He's made all the more intimidating by his Big Brother-like appearance. His visual uncanniness persists when he ports over to the Batsuit. Without a human occupant, the suit bends and twists in impossible ways, easily enduring Terry's attacks. Having had the Batsuit taken from him, the episode provides a challenging trial for Terry.
Is Batman just a suit, or is he the man inside? Time to find out.
Terry. Better take this. It's got some things you might be able to use.
The episode is a high-concept cyberpunk tale with an unexpected heart, not only through Terry's arc, but also through Vance's unsettling demise.
Pi R squared. 2 + 2 = 4.
Me first. I want to play. 1 potato, 2 potato. Mom.
It's a fine example of what's possible with a futuristic Batman story. Eyewitness is a more classic Batman adventure. When Barbara Gordon sees Batman murder a criminal, she mobilizes the police to hunt down the Dark Knight and bring him to justice. Barbara Gordon is a strong supporting character in the show. Since her days as Batgirl, she's moved on from fighting crime with a cape and cowl and instead commits herself to honest police work. Early in the series, she subtly deduces Terry's secret identity.
And you're Mr. Wayne's new assistant? Stay out of trouble, kid.
Afterwards, she becomes a begrudging ally to Bruce and Terry, not helping them, but not hindering them either. Eyewitness feels like a spiritual successor to the new Batman Adventures episode Over the Edge. As Gotham's police mobilize against Batman, Terry is forced into an increasingly desperate situation, until the true culprit is revealed. It's a near tragedy which in the end brings the Bat family closer together.
You know, this could have been a bad scene. If you hadn't believed in me...
Old news.
Batman Beyond Season 3 is a return to form for the series. The tone finds its balance again, with less teen drama and more compelling plots which take full advantage of the futuristic setting. The animation is also back to its usual high standards. Blocking is more cinematic, and the action is more elaborate. Batman's third clash with ink showcases these improvements. Not only is the motion more fluid, but the set piece itself is massive. First is the back and forth between the opponents as they one-up each other with new moves.
You should have minded your own business.
Before the sequence expands into an explosive disaster set piece. The episode Big Time is representative of the season's improved quality. When Terry's troubled friend Charlie Bigelow returns from prison, he threatens to rope Terry into the life of crime he narrowly avoided. Bigelow functions like Terry's dark reflection, the kind of person he could have become if he never took on the Batman mantle. Bigelow's transformation into the titular Big Time is horrifying and tragic. In the final action scene, Big Time turns from an intimidating monster into a pitiful creature. The pouring rain and somber music perfectly underscore Bigelow's sad fate.
Oh, Charlie.
The season features more strong, character-driven tragedies just like this. King's Ransom sees the end of the Royal Flush Gang. With their children either behind bars or cut off, the King and Queen's crime spree degenerates into bitter infighting and betrayal. The drama is almost Shakespearean as the family tears itself apart.
Nothing I ever did was good enough for your Royal Highness. Well, I want out. No one's gonna stop me.
After all the heartbreak, Terry's lost love Melanie is granted a happy ending as she and her brother start new lives. It makes for a humble but uplifting end which feels earned. Inkling is easily the eponymous villain's best episode. With her shapeshifting form breaking down, Ink takes refuge with her estranged daughter. The episode adds new dimensions to Ink's character, showing she's not purely a ruthless killer. At first glance, Deanna is an innocent victim in an uncaring world. This makes her eventual betrayal all the more shocking. As it turns out, she is just as ruthless as her mother. She simply uses different weapons.
Why would you do this to me?
For the money. I have your accounts. And you're right. It is more money than I could ever imagine.
The script expertly uses irony once more in its final scene. Deanna gets the life she always wanted, but is now trapped in a cage of paranoia, seeing danger lurking in every shadow. The cleverly stylized backgrounds and haunting music make for an eerie ending to an engrossing episode. This season also features the reappearance of the merciless terrorist organization Cobra, which was previously introduced in Season 2. Unfortunately, Cobra are some of the weaker villains of the show. Their design and concept don't gel with the futuristic setting, feeling like a retread of Ra's al Ghul in the Society of Shadows. The two-part episode Curse of the Cobra is a fine slice of pulpy action, but too retro for Batman Beyond. They make another appearance in the season finale unmasked, occupying a role which feels far better suited to Spellbinder. The true highlights of this season, however, are steeped in DC Universe lore. In Out of the Past, Talia al Ghul returns to Gotham, enticing Bruce to restore his youth using the Lazarus Pits. Later in the two-parter The Call, Batman is recruited by Superman to expose a traitor hiding among the ranks of the Justice League. These episodes are treats for longtime Batman fans and fans of the wider DC universe. They deftly balance fan service with compelling character-driven drama. When Bruce Wayne's youth is restored in Out of the Past, fans are treated to scenes of both Batmen fighting side by side. The prospect of two Dark Knights watching over Gotham is certainly tantalizing, but the story takes a more mature turn.
Hey!
It's unnatural. A cheat.
But you're strong again.
No. If I stay here, I'll be weaker than ever.
Rather than regress, Bruce Wayne chooses to definitively leave the Batman persona behind and embrace a new chapter of his life. The episode's villain is revealed as Ra's al Ghul, who has taken over Talia's body as part of his unending quest for immortality. It's a fitting twist for the story, pitting Wayne against an antagonist who is unable to let go of the past.
Rest well, beloved.
The Call offers Terry McGinnis yet another chance to prove himself. There's almost a meta-narrative as Terry, the newest addition to the DC universe, is looked down on by the League, who are made up of established DC heroes with decades of history. The episode weaves a compelling mystery, but the twist reveal of Superman being the traitor, controlled by the alien Starro, creates a glaring plot hole.
It was only Superman who came to you, and now you're accusing him of murder. It doesn't make sense.
That being said, it serves the larger narrative. What better way for Terry to prove himself as a worthy addition to DC mythology than to take on the Man of Steel? Like World's Finest before it, The Call is a brilliantly crafted superhero crossover story. The unique personalities and power sets of the characters spark off each other, creating layered conflict and spectacular action. These episodes demonstrate how to do fan service right. Rather than settling for superficial references, the writers mine the material for opportunities to tell extraordinary stories.
You're saying you want me with you full time?
We could really use you.
Come on, it'll put you one up on the old Batman.
Yeah, he wasn't what you'd call a joiner.
Maybe he and I have something in common after all.
More than you think, son. More than you think.
After such highs, the season finale, Unmasked, is a low-key affair. It's nonetheless a fine end to the year, but sadly, it became an unsatisfying end to the series. During Batman Beyond's third season, Bruce Timm's dream Justice League project was finally given the green light on Cartoon Network. Development of the new series put added pressure on the Batman Beyond team, who suddenly had to divide their attention between both shows, a problem which would persist into a fourth year for Batman Beyond. Accounts differ as to whether Batman Beyond was cancelled by the network due to declining ratings, or if the producers opted to shelve the fourth season to focus on Justice League. Either way, Batman Beyond came to a sudden end on the 18th of December 2001. Though Unmasked is a good note to leave on, it's not the definitive ending Batman Beyond deserved. This is why whenever I revisit Batman Beyond, I always choose to save the best for last with Return of the Joker. The green light for the project came as quite a surprise to the producers. To meet the deadline, the producers pulled series regular director Kurt Gaeda off the show to helm the movie and largely outsourced animation to TMC Entertainment in Japan. Collaborating with Paul Dini, the producers crafted a story about an untold chapter of Batman's past. To this end, Mark Hamill reprised his role as Joker, along with Arlene Sorkin as Harley Quinn and Tara Strong as Batgirl. Stockard Channing, who voiced the future Barbara Gordon in Batman Beyond, was unavailable for the movie. Angie Harmon took over the role and would continue voicing the character in the show's third season. Christopher Carter composed the music for the film, this time integrating a traditional orchestra alongside the synth rock sound of Batman Beyond. He also collaborated with techno-metal band Mephisto Odyssey and blues guitarist Kenny Wayne Shepherd to add new flavours to the music. A tie-in music video, featuring the lead singer sporting an absolutely incredible hairdo, was also made to promote the film's release on MTV. The film was released on VHS and DVD on the 12th of December 2000. I won't mince words here, Return of the Joker is easily the best thing in Batman Beyond. It combines everything great about itself with everything great about Batman the Animated Series. The larger budget is evident on screen, energetic movement, gorgeous lighting, and a plethora of cool designs. But the greatest strength of the presentation is the score. Christopher Carter blends orchestra with synth rock seamlessly, maximizing style and emotional heft. The blues-infused main theme is amazing. It is to Batman Beyond's music what Mask of the Phantasm was to the animated series score. But just like in that film, it's the strong script and excellent vocal performances which make the film great. Free from the restrictions of network TV, the film leans hard into its PG-13 rating. There's an intensity to the film which never lets up until the end of the final act. As a result, the drama has more weight, as the content pushes into darker territory than ever before. This might be Mark Hamill's best performance as the Joker. Here he's more sinister than comedic. Rather than playing Joker as a babbling maniac, Hamill was directed to be lower energy, and he adds a slight huskiness to the voice to increase the sense of menace.
Hey man, take it easy. I was just kidding.
So was I. Oops. No, I wasn't.
When the Joker reappears in Gotham, Bruce Wayne is genuinely terrified. and his fear causes him to lash out, putting severe strain on his relationship with Terry. In one of the film's best scenes, Terry opens up to Bruce.
Every time I put on that suit, it's my chance to help people who are in trouble. It's a chance to look like a worthwhile human being again. In my eyes, if no one else's. It's what I want, Bruce.
Only for Bruce to throw it in his face.
Stupid kid. You don't know what you want. None of you ever did.
The stakes are raised to their highest when both of their identities are blown. The Joker gang attacks Terry in a nightclub, injuring Dana, and Joker himself breaks into the Batcave to attack Bruce directly.
Hello, Batman.
Having thrown down the gauntlet, a reluctant Barbara finally tells Terry the truth about Batman's final showdown with Joker. The following flashback sequence is one of the best Batman stories ever depicted on screen. Seeing the new Batman Adventures designs, Art Deco aesthetic, and blood red skies again is a joy. The perfect gothic backdrop for this dark tale.
He needed a little molding, of course, but in time, we came to love him as our own. Say hello, JJ.
This is undoubtedly the worst thing the Joker has ever done to Batman. In one fell swoop, he destroys the Bat family.
And the dear lad began to share such secrets with me. Behind all the sturm and batarangs, you're just a little boy in a playsuit crying for mommy and daddy.
Fueled by sheer rage, Batgirl and Batman unleash their fury against Harley and Joker.
I'll break you in two.
If you had the guts for that kind of fun, you would have done it years ago. I, on the other hand... Do it! That's not...
As Batman's shadow drifts over the broken Tim Drake and grief-stricken Batgirl, the effect is absolutely devastating. Back in the present, the intensity doesn't let up, with Joker taking control of an orbital weapons platform to wreak havoc on Gotham. The Akira-inspired sequence is both breathtaking and exhilarating, with some of the most stunning effects work in all of Batman Beyond. Criticism is usually leveled at the film's twist. When Terry reaches Joker's base, he discovers the now middle-aged Tim Drake has been periodically transforming into the Joker.
Everything that was me has been asleep and all comfy and cozy inside Tim Drake's subconscious.
The twist is extremely contrived, but it works well in the narrative as a metaphor for Drake's trauma. After so many years, the former Robin still can't escape Joker's grasp. In a sense, this twist brings the story full circle, as Batman is once again fighting to free Drake from Joker's control.
What are you doing? Fighting dirty. The real Batman would never... Told you didn't know me.
After all the setbacks, Terry turning the tables on Joker is both clever and cathartic.
Don't you dare laugh at me!
Why? I thought the Joker always wanted to make Batman laugh.
You're not Batman! Laugh it up now, you miserable little punk. Laugh! Ha! Ha!
The film's epilogue is a well-earned breather which brings a moving emotional climax to the story.
It's not Batman that makes you worthwhile. It's the other way around. Never tell yourself anything different.
As the former Bat family finally heals, the film's ending encapsulates the core theme of Batman Beyond. No matter how dark things seem, no matter how hopeless, there will always be a light in that darkness, and there will always be Batman. Batman Beyond is one of the most inspired additions to Batman mythology, and yet it shouldn't work at all. It was conceived in an attempt to pander to children, built on a concept which should have ruined The Dark Knight. Yet not only does Batman Beyond work, it expands on the mythology to create an intriguing new world inhabited by rich characters and filled with compelling stories. Like many DCAU inventions, Terry McGinnis and his adventures in Neo Gotham were soon incorporated into DC Comics. fan art, fan films, and game mods all display the passion many fans still have for the show. The DC Arrowverse even paid tribute by featuring Kevin Conroy reprising his role as old Bruce Wayne in the crossover event Crisis on Infinite Earths. Support for the series even led to the development of a live-action film adaptation at one point, but sadly the project never got off the ground. Speaking as someone who is very tired of this current age of remakes, sequels, reboots, and nostalgia bait, I'm usually against this kind of thing. But in this instance, I agree with the fans. The show was better than it had any right to be, and proved its worth time and again. Yet it feels as though there's still so much more to explore, and one day I'd be delighted to see the return of Batman Beyond. In the 1990s, the two titans of DC Comics, Batman and Superman, were brought to life in acclaimed animated shows, featuring fan-pleasing crossovers between the two. This burgeoning animated universe was expanded even further in 1999's Batman Beyond. Despite initial fan skepticism, the show became a cult hit, seen as more than a worthy addition to the DCAU. The creative team at Warner Bros. Animation was 3 for 3, having already cemented their takes on these DC icons as definitive in the minds of many fans. Entering the new millennium, the time had finally come for their most ambitious series yet. As far back as Batman the Animated Series, fans were already clamoring for an adaptation of Justice League. Bruce Timm, co-creator and producer of all 3 DCAU shows, was sympathetic to these fans, but for most of the decade, such a series was beyond the scope of television animation. Even so, the idea was always in the back of Timm's mind. During the development of Superman the Animated Series and the new Batman Adventures, he and his fellow writer-producers took many opportunities to cross over the title characters and many more DC heroes. Superman teamed up with The Flash, Dr. Fate, Green Lantern, and Aquaman. Meanwhile, Batman introduced Zatanna, Etrigan the Demon, the Creeper, and featured a guest appearance from Supergirl. As more and more DC characters appeared in the shows, and animation technology advanced, Timm's dream Justice League show was slowly inching closer to reality. The Batman Beyond 2-part episode The Call was designed to test the waters, not only to see how fans would react, but also to explore the practicalities of producing such a show. The 2-parter became one of the highest rated episodes of the series, and it definitively proved that a Justice League show was achievable on a television budget. Kids WB had been the DCAU's home since Superman the Animated Series, but by Batman Beyond, a point of contention had arisen between the network and the studio. Kids WB held the belief that to appeal to young audiences, their shows should predominantly feature young characters. This was one of the primary reasons Superman the Animated Series was cancelled at the end of its 3rd season, and was the impetus behind Batman Beyond's creation. Therefore, the initial pitch for the Justice League show featured a very different lineup. Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Martian Manhunter were a given as they were mainstays of the Justice League in the comics. However, rather than other longtime members like Hal Jordan's Green Lantern or Aquaman, the producers opted for John Stewart Green Lantern and Hawkgirl to add more diversity to the team. To satisfy the network, they dropped The Flash in favour of Impulse and added Robin, as well as a female character inspired by Cyborg. But by the time the team cobbled together a proof of concept for this version of the show, they had already received another offer from Cartoon Network. Cartoon Network already had a relationship with Warner Bros. Animation, having aired reruns of the studio's Looney Tunes shorts when the network first began in the early 90s. Much of the network's programming was geared towards young children, but the channel also found success with Toonami, a block of programming featuring action shows and imported Japanese anime, which was geared more towards teens and young adults. Since Batman the Animated Series, a good chunk of the DCAU's audience skewed far older than typical children's programming. Therefore, a Justice League show was a natural fit for Cartoon Network's existing audience of young adult viewers. Thus, the show left Kids WB, the lineup lost its younger members, and The Flash was reinstated. Tim Daly, who voiced Superman in the animated series, was initially set to reprise his role for Justice League. Unfortunately, Daly had to back out of the series due to his commitments to The Fugitive. In his place, TV and film actor George Newbern took over the role of Clark Kent/Superman. Fortunately for the show, Kevin Conroy was available to once again lend his iconic voice to the Dark Knight. Rounding out the DC Trinity was voice actress Susan Eisenberg as Diana Prince, aka Wonder Woman. Michael Rosenbaum lent his voice to several recurring characters throughout Batman Beyond, including the villain Carter Wilson and Joker's henchman Ghoul. He was cast as The Flash, taking over from Charlie Schlater, who voiced the character in the Superman animated series episode Speed Demons. Rosenbaum would famously go on to play a young Lex Luthor in the hit series Smallville, which began airing the same year as Justice League. Another DCAU alumni was Phil Lamar, who had previously lent his voice to the Zeta Project and Static Shock. Lamar had already made a name for himself as a prolific voice actor, and would go on to voice the lead in Samurai Jack and play Hermes in Futurama, among a dizzying array of other roles before and after Justice League. Experienced TV and theatre actress Maria Canals-Barrera was cast as Shaira Hall, aka Hawkgirl. Like many DCAU cast members before her, she had little voice acting experience, but grew to love both the process and the character. Lastly, Carl Lumbly was cast as J'onn J'onzz, aka Martian Manhunter. Lumbly was an experienced stage and screen actor who had previously played bit parts in Superman the Animated Series and Batman Beyond. He would later appear in many sci-fi and superhero shows like Battlestar Galactica, Supergirl, and Altered Carbon. Most recently, he appeared in Captain America: Brave New World as Isaiah Bradley. Justice League was animated using many of the same techniques pioneered in Batman Beyond. Frames were hand-drawn and then scanned into the computer where they were coloured and composited together. Justice League also employed computer graphics for the show's opening, which featured 3D animated versions of the heroes. Justice League's art direction leaned away from the deco and anime styles of previous shows. Bruce Timm reasoned that with 7 extraordinary main characters, the world should feel more grounded. Further design changes were also made to Batman and Superman. Batman's costume combined the black and grey colour scheme of the new Batman adventures with the longer ears of Batman Beyond. Age lines were added to Superman's face to make him appear more mature. Justice League's scale was far larger than anything the creative team had handled before. Previous shows mostly focused on a single hero, but with 7 powerful main characters, the whole scope of the series and its demands on the animators increased literally 7-fold. This increased scope necessitated a format change. Rather than the standard 20-minute episode, Justice League episodes would be a full 45 minutes split into 2 parts. The main theme was composed by Lolita Ritmanis, who contributed to Superman the Animated Series and Batman Beyond. The Justice League had previously appeared in animated form in the Hanna-Barbera series Super Friends, a kid-friendly cartoon with simplistic, forgettable plots and stiff animation. The only other time the League had graced the small screen was in an infamously terrible live-action pilot, which had more in common with the sitcom Friends than its source material. And so on the 17th of November 2001, superhero fans were finally given a show that they hoped would do justice to the League. Looking back on Secret Origins, it feels like the blueprint for future live-action superhero team-ups like Avengers Assemble and Zack Snyder's Justice League. When an extraterrestrial threat comes to planet Earth, its 7 greatest heroes unite to repel the invaders and save the world. Part 1 is an efficiently written slice of intrigue. The calm before the inevitable storm. Astronauts on Mars awaken an ancient evil, Batman contends against a shape-shifting scouting party, and Superman is overwhelmed by cryptic visions from origins unknown. It's all effective build-up for when the invaders finally make planetfall and the action begins in earnest. The design of the invaders is very striking and recalls many classic science fiction stories. Their shape-shifting abilities echo works like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, while their towering war machines are clearly inspired by H.G. Wells' War of the World. They're convincing as a big enough threat that forced the Justice League to unite. However, after a tight-knit plot that weaves together Batman, Superman, and Martian Manhunter, Part 2 is a little clunkier. Wonder Woman's arrival is preempted with its own subplot, but Jon Stewart and Hawkgirl simply arrive on the scene, apparently already familiar with the Man of Steel. It's slightly confusing. The team bounce off each other well in many scenes. Green Lantern and Flash in particular are a good double act, Jon Stewart's military discipline clashing harshly with Flash's cocky attitude and lack of forethought. Hawkgirl is distinguished as a ferocious warrior, J'onn J'onzz the wise outsider, and Batman the expert infiltrator and strategist. However, Wonder Woman and Superman are somewhat lacking. Wonder Woman comes across as too arch compared to the others. It's unclear what role she serves in the team. Superman himself seems far less powerful than before and more bland in his personality, though more on this later. Ultimately, Secret Origins satisfies as a piece of spectacle if not story. The closest thing to an emotional through-line is J'onn's confrontation with the alien leader. With the League defeated, the scene turns from dire to disturbing as the creature burrows its tentacles into the Martian's skin, only to set up Batman's last-minute rescue. The revelation that the invaders are weak to sunlight kicks off a cathartic final action set-piece as the League literally restores light to the world. While not as successful as the debuts of preceding shows, Secret Origins is a promising start to the Justice League. Unfortunately, Season 1 struggles to elevate itself above the premiere. Make no mistake, the series is well written and well presented for the most part, but it falls short of true greatness. The animation is generally strong, the digital techniques having overcome their teething problems in Batman Beyond. However, some of the effects, fire and smoke in particular, aren't consistent with the art style. They often look hyper-detailed or murky. The choice to dial back the stylization of the world is also a misstep. Without the ocean liner deco aesthetic, Metropolis looks far too generic. There's a lack of bold colours in the backgrounds which distinguished the older shows. Season 1 also struggles to balance all of its characters at times. The writers later admitted they struggled with Superman in particular. Due to his extreme power level, there was a feeling that the League was somewhat useless next to him. So in order to ratchet up the stakes, Superman is often knocked down, knocked out, or subdued in some way to make room for the other characters. While the motivation behind this is understandable, the effect makes Superman seem weak and ineffectual. This character, who previously went toe-to-toe with Darkseid, is knocked unconscious by a regular sea mine. The new age lines in his design don't help matters. Rather than the intended effect of making him look more mature, Superman looks strangely gaunt and tired for much of Season 1. His characterization is also blander. In his own series, the writers injected the Man of Steel with a righteous anger and wry wit, which complemented his strong sense of morality and quiet intelligence. By downplaying these traits, Justice League's Superman is good-natured but boring. The show takes a leaf out of Michael Pillar's book by centering the story of each episode on one particular League member. The cosmic courtroom drama seen in the episode In Blackest Night feels especially Star Trek-esque. The series is large in scale but lacking intensity and darkness. The show often falls back on typical superhero storylines without that extra dimension that made Batman, Superman, and Batman Beyond so successful. Occasionally, that old intensity crops up in episodes like Enemy Below. The Atlantean court intrigue is pretty by the numbers, but Aquaman amputating his hand to save his son is suitably impactful. But strong dramatic beats like this are few in Season 1. Though that's not to say they are absent entirely, for one of the strongest entries in Season 1 is the multifaceted Legends. During a battle in Metropolis, Green Lantern, Flash, Hawkgirl, and J'onn are transported to a parallel universe where they encounter the Justice Guild, comic book characters from Jon Stewart's childhood. As the heroes contend with local villains while trying to find a way home, they soon discover not all is as it seems. Legends is a loving tribute to the gold and silver ages of comics, filled with subtle in-jokes and clever references to DC Comics history, such as Green Guardsman and the Streak being modelled after the obscure original versions of Green Lantern and the Flash, and the entire premise being inspired by actual DC Universe world building, which came as a result of some publishing complications. The writers must have had themselves in stitches as they littered the episode with farcical characters and cheesy puns.
Prepare to be foiled, Catman.
But the script also has fun highlighting the more dated aspects of the age, specifically attitudes towards gender roles.
So, you fight crime and bake cookies. How do you do it?
And race.
You're a credit to your people, son.
Thanks.
Jokes which would fly over the head of any 10-year-old watching, but are more appreciated as an adult. The premise would be enough to sustain a full comedy episode in the same spirit as Superman's Mix is Pixelated, but there are more layers to the episode beneath the surface level amusement. As Lantern and Hawkgirl scratch the surface of this idyllic world, the kid-friendly tone and quaint retro aesthetic turn unsettling and strange. A deep foreboding emerges as the League members probe deeper. When the truth is revealed, the story shifts fully into Twilight Zone-esque horror. This parallel Earth was destroyed in nuclear war decades ago, and the Guild's kid sidekick, Ray, mutated by radioactive fallout, has trapped the town in a psychic dream of the past, and recreated its fallen heroes after they died in battle. Like the best of the DCAU, this twist pushes the boundaries of so-called children's television. Grappling with the subject matter of a nuclear holocaust is already weighty, but it's Rudy's true form which is most shocking. He is grotesque and cruel, but also a deeply tragic figure, an innocent child forcibly transformed into a seething monster. Yet the episode switches gears again by deftly illuminating the power of superhero stories. Earlier in the episode, Jon Stewart talks about how the Justice Guild comics, despite their silliness, inspired him as a child and contributed to his choice to become a Green Lantern. In the end, the Guild makes the ultimate sacrifice by fighting Rudy to free the League and the townsfolk, knowing it will mean their deaths. In a poignant moment at the end of the battle, Stewart watches the Guild fade away for good, having saved the world one last time. Although the episode relishes in nostalgia, the story favors letting go of the past, even when it's painful. We should cherish our memories and not be consumed by them. What matters most is the here and now. The following episode shows just how far superhero stories have come since the Golden Age, with a villain team-up extravaganza in Injustice for All. Lex Luthor's criminal enterprise is finally exposed, and his fortunes turn from bad to worse when he's diagnosed with terminal kryptonite poisoning. He soon hatches an escape plan and forms an uneasy alliance with a gang of supervillains in order to cure his disease and take down the Justice League. In Season 1, the show's writers chose not to rely on the established continuity with Batman and Superman, so that newer characters would have more breathing room. But however understandable, this proved to be another misstep. With a wealth of fantastic voice talent, characters, and world building at their disposal, the smart move would have been to utilize it at every opportunity. I feel this is where Lex Luthor's animated incarnation becomes the best version of the character. It incorporates all the best elements from the character's decades of history into one definitive form. The episode would have been even stronger had it featured more established villains, but Clancy Brown's Lex Luthor and Mark Hamill's Joker are more than enough. The episode shines in part 2 when the Injustice Gang capture Batman and a complex battle of wits unfolds. While Luthor fights to save his own life, the Dark Knight expertly manipulates the gang members into turning on each other. Only the Joker can see the threat he poses, but by the time he gets his chance to silence the Bat, it's already too late. Injustice for All serves as the blueprint for great future episodes of the show. Rather than sacrificing established elements in favor of new ones, the episode demonstrates how they can exist together and be all the stronger for it. An underrated episode from Season 1 is Metamorphosis. When evil corporatist Simon Stagg discovers his daughter Sapphire is engaged to ex-Marine Rex Mason, he concocts a plot to douse Mason with a mutagen and keep Sapphire under his control. The episode is very much in the tradition of Batman and Superman's animated series. It's a story of love and betrayal, taking obvious inspiration from classic Hollywood dramas and 50s sci-fi B-movies alike. The League take more of a back seat in the episode, but the web of characters surrounding Mason are plenty engaging on their own. Simon Stagg and his henchman Java are instantly memorable for their big personalities and unique designs. In contrast to Lex Luthor or Derek Powers, Stagg is quite a pathetic figure, controlled by petty jealousy and naked greed. Java, meanwhile, is a slow and dim-witted creature, not outright evil, but simply loyal to the wrong man. When Mason is transformed into Metamorpho, he is overcome with terror, believing he has turned into a monster. He briefly loses himself and succumbs to the baser instincts which drive his enemy, unjustly accusing his best friend of stealing his fiancée and attacking the Justice League out of blind anger. The episode pushes into even darker territory when Mason inadvertently lobotomizes Stagg, and what's left of his consciousness reconstitutes inside a giant lumbering green monster, an apt but on-the-nose metaphor for Stagg's jealousy. In the end, Mason overcomes his anger and becomes the hero who saves the day and the woman he loves. Awkwardly placed in the season perhaps, but a great standalone episode nonetheless. But the Justice League return to the forefront in the 3-part season finale, The Savage Time. On their way back from deep space, the League are suddenly transported into an alternate timeline where the world suffers under the iron grip of a Nazi-like regime. To restore the present, the League travel back in time to World War II to confront the villain Vandal Savage. The episode is another extended tribute to comic book history. Not only does the episode feature era-appropriate characters like the Blackhawks, but it also alludes to the real history of comic books as Allied propaganda. Despite their superpowers, the advanced weaponry created by Vandal Savage proves too much of a challenge, and an early battle separates the League members into different plot threads, each inspired by the fiction and/or real events of the day. In a reverse D-Day-like sequence, Superman, Hawkgirl, and the Flash take on a support rather than offensive role, holding off the German advance while rescuing as many troops as possible. Meanwhile, John Stewart, without his power ring, is stranded behind enemy lines and forced to fight a guerrilla campaign alongside Easy Company. At the same time, Wonder Woman meets Steve Trevor, and together they embark on a quest to smuggle vital intelligence through the occupied countryside. Finally, Martian Manhunter, captured by the SS, fights to bring down Savage's operation from within. The 3-parter is enormous in scope, a technological marvel for television animation at the time. It depicts massive battle sequences containing hundreds of soldiers and vehicles. But between these huge set pieces is a never-ending stream of chases, skirmishes, and stealth missions. Despite Season 1's stumbles, The Savage Time shows what Justice League is capable of when firing on all cylinders. A spectacular adventure packed with exciting action and compelling larger-than-life characters, but most of all, it embodies the true spirit of heroism, a spirit which exists in the powerful and the ordinary alike. Despite many strong episodes, Justice League's creative team were largely dissatisfied with the first year and sought to redress their errors. Rather than settling for good enough, the team endeavoured to make Season 2 the best it could be on both an aesthetic and dramatic front. Borrowing a maxim from Mel Brooks, the team knew they needed to ring that bell, meaning to commit fully to their dramatic beats, even if that meant wading into darker territory. The stories of Season 2 were to be more intense, with higher stakes and far-reaching consequences. But at the top of the team's priority list was fixing Superman. All of Season 2's improvements are on full display in the debut episode, Twilight. When Brainiac attacks Apocalypse, Darkseid goes to the Justice League for help. Superman begrudgingly agrees, but he takes no chances with Darkseid, and inevitably the Tyrant of Apocalypse reveals his true plan. Though the creative team didn't realize it at first, fan forums quickly informed them they had made Superman a wimp in Season 1. He was so frequently beaten, knocked down and hurt, and he had none of the gravitas of his original animated series incarnation. Twilight was intended by way of an apology to the character's fans. He returns to his original design, and the script is not afraid of making the Man of Steel angry. Darkseid and Brainiac are the foes he never definitively defeated, and so pairing them up together raises the immediate and emotional stakes to truly cosmic levels. Like The Savage Time, Twilight is the series at its best, stuffed with spectacle and drama. The pivotal moment comes in the episode's climax. With Brainiac's base about to explode, Superman traps Darkseid for their ultimate showdown.
What makes you think today's outcome will be any different?
Because this time, I won't stop until you're just a greasy smear on my fist. Let's go.
Like Legacy before it, Twilight is a mythic clash of titans. The fight is brutal, with Superman firing his heat vision through Darkseid's foot. The Man of Steel is so enraged and so determined to destroy his enemy that he becomes truly frightening.
Kent, don't be a fool.
Get out of here! Now!
True to the writer's intentions, by the end of Twilight, the bell has certainly been rung.
Nothing could have survived that. Not even Darkseid.
You know something, Bruce? You're not always right.
From there, Justice League Season 2 hits the show's hot streak, with great episodes one after another. Tabula Rasa sees the League go up against Amazo, a nanotech android capable of mimicking the League's powers. An action set-piece extravaganza which constantly escalates from start to finish. By the end of the episode, the android has become so powerful that it transcends the planet entirely and takes off for the stars. Eclipsed is an underrated Body Snatcher style narrative which sees the Flash facing off against the entire League when they are taken over by the vengeful spirit of a long-dead reptilian race. A suspenseful standalone thrill ride which puts the fastest man alive through his paces. Meanwhile, The Terror Beyond is a delight for fans of Lovecraftian horror, as the League fend off a godlike extra-dimensional being. Secret Society is the spiritual sequel to Injustice for All, as Gorilla Grodd forms a new villain team to destroy the Justice League from within and without. The episode leans into the soap opera elements of the show as the League members argue like resentful members of a family. This internal conflict makes the finale extra satisfying when the League rallies to take on Grodd's gang in a spectacular throwdown before the eyes of the world. But the next episode I want to highlight is far more intimate in Only a Dream. John Dee, a lowly inmate at Stryker's Island, sees his life go from bad to worse when his parole is yet again denied and his wife leaves him for another man. Driven to despair, he uses the diversion of a prison riot to give himself superpowers using an experimental ESP machine. Though the attempt puts him in a coma, he gains the ability to invade people's dreams, and soon sets about fulfilling his fantasy of destroying the Justice League. Continuing Season 2's winning streak, Only a Dream is a character-rich narrative full of nightmarish imagery and edge-of-the-seat suspense. It also boasts some of the show's best animation. The prison riot sequence in Part 1 features intricate choreography, fluid emotion, and explosive set pieces. It alone is thrilling, but Part 2 is where the episode shows its winning hand. The dream sequences inside each League member's mind are appropriately nightmarish, and hint at deep-seated fears within the characters. The content of these scenes is shockingly graphic for a kids' show. Dee transforms into the villain Dr. Destiny, with his face slopping off to reveal a grinning skull underneath. Superman's nightmare, in which he loses control of his powers, is especially horrific as he inadvertently murders his closest friends. Meanwhile, in the waking world, a sleep-deprived Batman races to find Dee's physical body to cease his mental attacks. The writers once again display their mastery of tone, contrasting the twisted imagery of the dreams and the ticking clock of the plot with some well-placed jokes, like Batman making a last-minute coffee run.
Give me a triple. Now.
But it's J'onn J'onzz who emerges as the hero of the episode. J'onn is easily one of the show's most complex and interesting characters. As the last of his kind, he's a deeply lonely figure who sees himself as an outsider to the people he has chosen to protect. J'onn is so compelling as a character due to his overtly alien nature. His shape-shifting, intangibility, and telepathic powers often come across as creepy, particularly his signature move of sticking his hand through people's bodies. His sphinx-like expression and monotone voice always keeps the viewer at a distance, but beneath his unknowable exterior is a sensitive individual who possesses great wisdom. Carl Lumbly's performance is pitch perfect. His calm baritone can come across as cold and detached, but also warm and nurturing. The distance between himself and others isn't a result of his alien nature, but his hesitancy to open up to people, having lost everyone he once cared about.
My name is Jean. I'm a Martian.
Oh, we're no strangers to aliens in this house.
Jean's good heart shines through in Only a Dream as he lifts his friends out of their nightmares one by one. In a typically expert use of dramatic irony, Dee is defeated when he accidentally stabs himself with a sedative, trapping himself inside a dream which he cannot escape. Not only does Only a Dream present all the usual strengths of superhero stories, but it also shows us there is more to these iconic characters beneath the surface. Only a Dream's only major drawback is the glaring omission of Wonder Woman, but luckily she gets her chance to shine in the underrated episode Maid of Honor. While attending a party in Paris, Diana makes friends with Kasnian princess Audrey, but is shocked to discover her fiancé is none other than the supervillain Vandal Savage. Since Secret Origins, it's obvious the writers struggled with Wonder Woman's character, but Maid of Honor finally gets her right. The plot reveals more dimensions to the Amazon, overcoming her fish-out-of-water status and settling into a dynamic personal life. She becomes a big sister of sorts to Audrey, always looking out for the rebellious princess while also allowing herself to relax and have fun. The episode sees the beginnings of a subtle romance between Diana and Bruce Wayne, who appears as his secret identity for the first time in the series. Their flirtatious dance is suddenly interrupted by a kidnapping attempt on Audrey, which Diana fends off handily. This opening scene sets up the episode as a James Bondian adventure, replete with a satellite superweapon and a gimmicky henchman in the form of Colonel Vox. Taking Wonder Woman out of the world of fantasy and plunging her into a globe-trotting action-adventure brings the character down to earth, so to speak. She ceases to be the one-note mythological figure of Season 1 and becomes a more well-rounded character. Still just as courageous and compassionate as before, but with greater depth. Vandal Savage also develops further, revealing his backstory as an immortal criminal mastermind, in a similar vein as Ra's al Ghul. He becomes the ideal foil for Wonder Woman. While she seeks to understand and uplift humanity, Vandal Savage only seeks to dominate and control it. The episode is a fun, sprawling adventure full of romance, grandeur, and thrills, but most of all, it finally puts Wonder Woman on equal footing with the rest of the League.
You know, we never did get to finish our dance.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you say so, but you're still taking me dancing.
While Maid of Honor is a great one-off adventure, a far more consequential episode comes in A Better World. In a parallel universe, Superman kills President Lex Luthor, and the Justice League becomes the Justice Lords, presiding over a worldwide police state. When the Lords become aware of the Prime Universe, they endeavour to trap the Justice League and bring order to their world by force. The structure of the episode draws the viewer in by framing the narrative from the Justice Lord's perspective. From the prologue in the White House, we are filled with questions until the plot reconnects with the Justice League we know. In a departure from typical DCAU stories, A Better World tackles the weighty subject of freedom versus security. How much should people be willing to sacrifice to be safe? At first, the Justice Lords seem justified in their actions. As strict as their order is, the world is undeniably more peaceful. Prime Batman even seems to be won over by the argument in a confrontation with his alternate self. However, the hidden cruelty of this world soon becomes apparent during a trip to Arkham Asylum, where familiar supervillains have been forcibly lobotomized by Lord Superman. Prime Batman's conversion is also revealed as a ruse when he highlights the brutality of this police state, where ordinary citizens are carted away for even the most minor infraction. That being said, the narrative still remains very much fixed on character. We learn that the Justice Lords went rogue after the Flash was killed by Luthor, revealing him as the conscience of the group. The Flash may be cocky and immature, but he also possesses an approachable, wholesome quality. Unlike the other heroes whose lore is carefully updated here and there, Flash retains much of his Silver Age charm. While others are clashing with gods among the stars, Flash still finds time to deliver Christmas presents to needy children. The showdown with the Justice Lords shows just how far they've strayed when Lord Superman is fully prepared to kill Flash to win the battle. As great as the episode is, the resolution is admittedly contrived. Lex Luthor appears with a borderline magical gun capable of nullifying the Lord's powers with a single shot. Afterwards, he keeps his word to accept a pardon for his crimes rather than turn the weapon on the League, which seems very out of character. Despite this misstep, A Better World would prove to be one of the most pivotal episodes of the entire DC animated universe, but more on that in a future video. The following episode is the Superman-centric Hereafter. During a battle in Metropolis, the Man of Steel is seemingly killed while saving his teammates from a weapon created by Toyman. A decade prior to the episode, the death of Superman was one of the best-selling comics of the year and kicked off a media sensation when it was announced. In retrospect, the story is rather superficial and sensationalist. Hereafter wisely chooses to adapt the iconography from the story but little else. Part 1 is a moving tribute to the Man of Steel as the League and the world mourn their loss. One particularly touching scene shows Batman speaking at Superman's grave.
Despite our differences, I have nothing but respect for you. You showed me that justice doesn't always have to come from the darkness.
Part 2, however, is where the episode excels. Inevitably, Superman is revealed as very much alive, but transported thousands of years into the future. Depowered thanks to Earth's now red sun, Superman embarks on a quest across the post-apocalyptic landscape to find what's left of the world he knew. The story's thesis is revealed when Superman encounters the only other man left alive, Vandal Savage. Hereafter is essentially a restatement of Superman's importance as a character. It isn't his powers that make him special, but his moral fortitude. Vandal Savage achieved everything he set out to do, but is left alone at the end of the world, with nothing to show for all his conquests. Superman's efforts, however, succeed in building something. In the episode's final scene, Savage watches in astonishment as the ruined world he created fades away like a bad dream.
Thank you, my friend.
From the mythic fables of A Better World and Hereafter, the penultimate two-parter of the series is a high-stakes adrenaline-fueled thrill ride in Wild Cards. The Joker takes over the airwaves to host a demented game show in which the Justice League must race to stop dozens of bombs planted throughout Las Vegas. Wild Cards takes place almost entirely in real time, with a visible ticking clock on screen for the duration. This countdown ratchets up the tension as the episode goes on, which is structured like one continuous action sequence, as the League clashes with the Royal Flush Gang. Mark Hamill is in fine form as the Joker, the episode marking his last performance as the character in DCAU. He keeps the League and the viewer on their toes with last-minute double crosses, such as detonating a bomb early to hurt Green Lantern and Hawkgirl. The denouement of his final performance comes when he switches gears to reveal the twist. The entire broadcast was simply a ruse to maximize viewership and ensnare people in Ace's reality-warping gaze.
In just over 5 minutes, you'll all be hopelessly, incurably insane. Even as I speak, millions of you slack-jawed couch potatoes are losing your grip on reality. But you can't look away, even though you know something's terribly wrong.
Here, Hamill shifts his voice into the bass tones and husky quality of his Batman Beyond performance. Coupled with the creepy music and surreal visuals, the final act creates a disturbing atmosphere. Succumbing to Ace's abilities, Batman is helpless as Joker beats him to a pulp. The Dark Knight only survives by the skin of his teeth when he reveals Joker's final double cross against Ace. But rather than a cathartic triumph, the scene ends on an eerie note. Just what did Joker see in Ace's eyes, and what will become of her now that she's loose in the world?
Where are you gonna go?
Nowhere.
Emotional catharsis does come in the episode's final scene. As Hawkgirl tends to a wounded Jon Stewart, the two finally admit their feelings for each other. For the first time in the series, Shayera removes her warrior's helmet, and the two share a tender kiss to close out the episode. A well-earned tender moment, but their romance would have dire consequences in the series finale. After the warm one-off episode Comfort and Joy, Justice League's second season closes with the epic three-parter Star-Crossed. Hawkgirl's people, the Thanagarians, arrive on Earth on a peaceful errand to protect the planet from their bitter enemy, the Gordanians. Shayera is revealed as a scouting agent for her people, on a mission to assess Earth's defenses. As the Thanagarians slowly seize more power over Earth, the Justice League soon suspect their motives are not as noble as they claim. Starcrossed is far more than the standard alien invasion plot. The story's emotional core centers on Jon Stewart and Shayera Hall. Not only has she been deceiving the League, but she has also promised to the Thanagarian leader, Hro Talik. It's an emotional gut-punch combo which becomes even more devastating when the Thanagarians' true mission is revealed. To outflank their Gordanian enemies, the Thanagarians need a hyperspace bypass, but this bypass can only exist if Earth is destroyed. Since the early episodes, the producers quickly picked up on the excellent chemistry between Phil Lamar and Maria Canals-Barrera. While Hawkgirl's eventual betrayal was planned from the start, the romance between her and Green Lantern was woven into the narrative over time. It's the classic case of opposites attracting. Jon Stewart is the stalwart military man, whereas Shayera is the fiery warrior. While Stewart condones discipline and strategy, Hawkgirl's go-to move is mace to the face. Their clashing personalities quickly have them bickering like a married couple in Season 1. But as they work together, that passion develops into mutual respect, as they come to understand each other on a deeper level. Beneath Stewart's gruff military exterior is a loyal companion willing to give his life for the people he cares about. Shayera may relish a good fight, but her unguarded emotions also make her a strongly empathetic person, even to her enemies. Together they become the best versions of themselves, which is what makes the events of Starcrossed so impactful. This three-parter embodies everything great about the show. The action varies between superpowered battles to tense thrills as the fugitive Justice League navigate their way through the Thanagarian police state. This facilitates strong character beats, such as the League revealing their secret identities.
I mean, I trust you guys, but I'm not sure I'm ready to...
Wally West, Clark Kent, Bruce Wayne. Show off.
As well as Bruce and Diana sharing a kiss to evade capture.
Sorry.
Don't be.
Another highlight is the return of Ephraim Zimbalist Jr.'s Alfred Pennyworth in his final performance. The character has lost nothing of his animated series sassiness, and it's brilliant.
Hey, that's a giant dinosaur.
And I thought Batman was the detective. I've asked Master Bruce to refrain from leaving trash in the yard.
The final set piece reaches operatic heights as the Justice League stages a multi-pronged counterattack to save the Earth. Superman and Wonder Woman engage in the skies, Batman makes a suicide run by dropping the Watchtower onto the Thanagarian base, all the while Jon Stewart, Shayera and Talik have it out in an emotionally charged melee battle. Every aspect of production is at its peak here. The score is sweeping and dramatic, the action is spectacular and hard-hitting, the voice actors all give bravura performances, and the writing is simply stellar, pitting the characters against each other fighting for duty, honor, and love. Maximalist entertainment at its finest. By the time it's all over, it makes you want to jump up and punch the air.
Always have to be the hero, don't you?
Right back at you.
Though the League are victorious, it comes at great personal cost, with Hawkgirl resigning from the team. In the beautiful final scene, the two heroes share a tearful goodbye. The moving score, painterly sunset, and gentle wind bring this epic melodrama to a heartbreaking end.
I love you too.
Despite its early stumbles, Justice League succeeded in becoming the dream show DC fans always wanted. This lineup and these incarnations of the characters feel truly definitive. A stream of great stories offered each one complex challenges and rich emotional arcs. The creative team learned all the right lessons from previous shows to bring Justice League to life through strong writing, beautiful animation, and stellar music. It's right up there with the lavish big-screen superhero blockbusters. With such a high bar set, what's even more remarkable is that the sequel series somehow surpassed it. Justice League's three-part finale, Star-Crossed, was written as the end of the series, with no expectation of a follow-up, but Cartoon Network were much more pleased with the show's success than the creative team had anticipated, and were soon given the go-ahead for another season. Having left Justice League on such a satisfying conclusion, the team saw the unexpected renewal as an opportunity to reformat the show. With permission from DC Comics, the Justice League would go unlimited, giving the writers and producers carte blanche to use whatever heroes, villains, and side characters from the comics. That was with the unfortunate exception of Batman's supporting cast, as they were set to be relaunched in a new animated series titled The Batman. However, with such a wealth of material to pull from, the show had no shortage of strong characters to adapt. With such a radical shake-up to the series format, the team initially sought to establish Justice League Unlimited in a standalone movie, Crisis on Two Earths. However, the intense pre-production for the new show left no room for the team to work on a feature at the same time, so the feature was rebooted as a standalone film outside of the DCAU continuity. Even so, the finished movie does work as a linking piece between both shows. Like the original outline, the movie depicts the reconstruction of the Watchtower and introduces Wonder Woman's invisible jet. Whether viewed as a standalone piece or as part of the continuity, Crisis on Two Earths is well worth a watch for any DC fan. All main voice actors from the Justice League reprised their roles in Unlimited, including Maria Canals-Barrera, though she wouldn't rejoin until halfway through Season 1. Many DCAU supporting players like Clancy Brown's Lex Luthor, Dana Delaney's Lois Lane, Powers Booth's Gorilla Grodd, and Jennifer Hale in her numerous roles would also return. New recurring cast members included Kin Shriner as Green Arrow, Marina Baccarin as Black Canary, Nathan Fillion as Vigilante, and Jeffrey Combs as The Question, just to name a few. Entering production, the producers opted to revive the stylized art direction of previous shows, as opposed to Justice League's more grounded look. Metropolis returned to its ocean liner deco aesthetic, and noir-style hard lighting was used more often. Computer graphics were also used extensively for the Watchtower, Javelins, and other spacecraft and vehicles. Of the DCAU's regular trio of composers, Michael McCustian finally composed a theme for Unlimited. Rather than the purely orchestral themes of Batman and Superman or the grungy electronica of Batman Beyond, McCustian created a celebratory theme driven by rip-roaring electric guitars and backed up by a synthetic orchestra. The brand new Justice League Unlimited debuted on the 31st of July 2004. As good as Justice League became, Justice League Unlimited feels tighter, more focused, and presents its characters with greater confidence. The animation is the perfect blend of hand-drawn and computer graphics, in large part due to the consistency in how each technique is applied. All characters are hand-drawn and animated, environments are digital matte paintings, and complex machines and vehicles are CG. It all adds up to a show which looks sleek, stylish, and full of energy. This blend of old and new is also reflected in the music. Much like Christopher Carter's score for Return of the Joker, it blends orchestra and synth rock with panache. The orchestra sustains an epic sweeping quality, while the synth rock injects energy and texture. It has the weight and breadth of the traditional, but with the fresh style of the modern. On the writing front, Unlimited uses a similar structure to Superman the Animated Series' many crossover episodes. A founding League member either partners up with or introduces a new or obscure DC character. The writers seem to have learned their lesson from their initial fumbling of Wonder Woman. Rather than dragging out an origin story, each new character comes fully formed into the universe. From moment to moment, they are strongly characterized through action and dialogue, quickly conveying their backstories and power sets. The first episode, Initiation, smoothly introduces us to this new format. Green Arrow is the roguish ground-level hero, Supergirl continues to be headstrong and ambitious, Captain Atom is a ruthless military man, contrasted with Green Lantern, who has softened into a tempered diplomatic leader. Their dynamic is efficiently established within only a couple of minutes, and their clashing personalities and diverse abilities drive the plot of the episode. It's everything the writers learned from Justice League distilled into a single episode. Some of Unlimited's best episodes barely feature the founding members at all. Instead, they center on D-listers for a high-concept plot, experimental new format, or fun genre mashup. The show feels like a DC showcase book come to life, broadening the scope of the universe until it feels vaster than ever before. That being said, the League's founding members still get the bulk of great stories, such as Superman in For the Man Who Has Everything. On the Man of Steel's birthday, Batman and Wonder Woman arrive at the Fortress of Solitude to find Clark ensnared by an alien plant, which has trapped him in an idyllic dream where he lives a happy life on Krypton. As his friends fight to free him, they come face to face with the gift's sender, Mongol. The episode is a largely faithful adaptation of Alan Moore's one-shot comic of the same name, but makes some smart changes here and there. For one thing, the DCAU continuity adds some important context. It should be remembered that with this version of Superman, Clark Kent is the real identity. His superhero persona is important to him, but on more than one occasion, Kent has expressed a desire for a normal life.
I need to be Clark. I'd go crazy if I had to be Superman all the time. That's why I like coming home for the holidays. I can just relax and be myself.
This context adds significant weight to Clark's dream in the episode, as it gives him the normal life he craves. With Krypton's destruction averted, Kal-El is no longer the outsider. He can be true to himself and live a full life with a loving family. Clark's doubts about this reality are cleverly expressed by repeated tremors, a clever callback to the same harbinger of doom his father observed in The Last Son of Krypton. The script strikes the perfect balance between emotional anguish and physical action as Wonder Woman faces off against Mongol in the real world. The action here is far more brutal and violent than usual. The Amazon is hopelessly outmatched against the alien tyrant, and her vicious losing battle drives up the suspense.
He'll kill her, Clark. And then he'll kill us all. Shake it off. Come back to us. Please.
The episode features George Newbern's best performance as Superman, covering the full breadth of the hero's emotions. In the dream, he is soft-spoken and warm, the perfect father figure for his imagined son. When he finally breaks out of his delusion, he flies into an unrestrained rage, coming within inches of killing Mongol before his good heart pulls him back from the brink. Having endured heaps of punishment throughout the episode, Wonder Woman fittingly gets the last laugh when she sicks Mongol's gift on him. In a rare case of an Alan Moore adaptation surpassing the source material, the episode wisely leaves Mongol's dream up to the imagination. For the Man Who Has Everything is a moving and at times visceral story, one which once again reminds us of the human heart beneath the Man of Steel. From the poignant and serious to the delightfully silly in This Little Piggy. When Batman and Wonder Woman run into the sorceress Circe, Diana is transformed into a pig. When the animal inadvertently escapes, Batman calls in the League for help while he searches with Zatanna for a way to break the spell. Straight comedy episodes have long been controversial among fans of the DCAU, but This Little Piggy is easily the best of the bunch. The script pulls from the diverse characters, worlds, and genres of this strange superhero universe to engineer hysterical situations one after the other. Batman and Zatanna converse with Medusa on the River Styx, which plays out like office gossip. Pig Wonder Woman fends off slaughterhouse employees, even using her miniaturized bracelets to deflect bullets, and the episode climaxes in a stunning bait and switch. When it looks as though Circe is about to force Batman to reveal his secret identity, the scene abruptly transitions to an impromptu musical number where the Dark Knight reveals his true greatest secret.
Am I blue? Am I blue? You'd be too. There was a time I was your only one.
The fact that episodes like For the Man Who Has Everything and This Little Piggy can exist in the same show is a testament to the writer's love of the source material. Writers who know superheroes are capable of powerful, emotionally rich and visually dazzling stories, but that they're also there to be fun. This Little Piggy is a story that can only happen in a show like this one that refuses to mark off certain concepts as too silly, and instead embraces the silliness to have an unusually good time. At first glance, the next highlighted episode is another comedy, but it reveals itself as something more in The Greatest Story Never Told. The episode follows Booster Gold, a Z-list League member who travelled from the future in search of fame and glory, only to be kept on the sidelines where his efforts are eclipsed by the exploits of more famous heroes. The episode takes after Tom Stoppard's Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead and Babylon 5's A View from the Gallery, in following a largely unimportant character witnessing extraordinary events from a distance. Booster has a simple but effective and well-constructed character arc. At first he's only in it for the glory and fame, but eventually he learns what it means to be a real hero. Tom Everett Scott and Futurama's Billy West make for an amusing double act as Booster Gold and Skeets. Gold knows he's a con man whose schemes have failed, but Skeets is the eternal optimist, talking Booster up like a minstrel accompanying a knight. As the League deals with an apocalyptic threat, we follow Booster as he hovers around the periphery, herding crowds and helping a pregnant woman, until he's confronted with a genuine challenge. He is forced to abandon his ego and commit to a self-sacrifice to save the day, becoming a real hero in the process. The script smartly gives Booster a foil in the form of Elastic Man. Like Booster Gold, Elastic Man is also there for the glory, and though he saves the day from the bigger threat in the end, his sense of triumph is short-lived. While he's stuck cleaning up rubble, Booster has grown as a person and no longer needs the approval of others to be content within himself. Like Little Miss Piggy, The Greatest Story Never Told embraces the strange spectacle of the superhero genre, but it stands out by telling a down-to-earth story. Perhaps not the greatest story never told, but certainly one of the best episodes of Justice League Unlimited. Among the show's other surprises, Unlimited Season 1 unexpectedly threads together two story arcs coalescing outside the Justice League among Dr. Fate's growing band of outcasts. The return sees the second appearance of the android Amazo in an even more powerful form, barreling straight to Earth to confront Lex Luthor. The DCAU's version of Amazo is comfortably superior to the comics. It's a brilliantly simple design. The blank grey body is imposing, but the highly expressive eyes speak to the creature's intelligence and sensitivity. Star Trek Voyager's Robert Picardo gives an excellent and subtle performance as the character. His soft-spoken style perfectly conveys the android's initial childlike naivety.
When will Professor come back?
Never.
He has to.
But as it grows in power, Picardo's commanding voice bolsters the character's intelligence and power, without ever having to shout.
There's nothing I want from you anymore. None of you has anything to offer me now.
In a plot resembling Star Trek the Motion Picture, the return sees all of Earth's heroes fighting to stop Amazo, only for the android to wipe the floor with all of them. In his showdown with Luthor, rather than immediately killing the man who betrayed him, Amazo asks the ultimate question.
What is your ultimate purpose?
What you're really asking is, what is yours?
With much philosophical soul-searching to do, the android is taken in by Dr. Fate, where he encounters the exiled Shayera. In the episode Wake the Dead, Shayera is called back to the Justice League when Solomon Grundy is somehow resurrected and goes on a rampage. It's interesting to note that Shayera's return is not the redemption arc some may expect, but rather an overcoming of guilt. Having left the Justice League and been exiled by her people, she thinks of herself as a traitor to everyone she ever cared about. But the truth is that despite everything, her actions saved the world, and in Wake the Dead she's given a chance to show her heroism once again. Despite how difficult her choices are at times, she still has the power to do good.
You saved our lives. God bless you, Chicalcon.
Season 1 of Justice League Unlimited ends on a rip-roaring time-travel adventure in The Once and Future Thing. When dejected time-traveling thief David Clinton tries to steal Batman's utility belt, the pursuing League members are pulled into the Old West, where they must find Clinton and fix a timeline which threatens to unravel. Part 1 is another DC showcase of obscure Western characters played by notable character actors, such as Farscape's Ben Browder and Firefly's Adam Baldwin. The writers revel in the Western setting, integrating the regular heroes into the genre in clever and fun ways. Batman becomes a man in black, but one who handles no guns. Jon Stewart gets a kick out of playing sheriff, and Wonder Woman fights off gunslingers with ease.
Those are the biggest, slowest bullets I've ever seen.
At first, the episode is largely content with sending up familiar Western tropes, but the action soon escalates when the heroes face off against an army of robots and dinosaurs. The anachronistic fun goes even further in Part 2, when the League are transported into the future. For Batman Beyond fans, it's wonderful to see Terry McGinnis and old Bruce Wayne make an appearance.
Batman, Bruce Wayne, Batman. Or have you met?
Not now.
Increasing time slips also facilitate more DC cameos, such as Hal Jordan. Despite the weird antics of the plot, the episode is still suspenseful and high stakes. The cybernetically upgraded Joker gang are formidable enemies. In the episode's climax, they even manage to kill Terry McGinnis. As temporal stability collapses, Batman and Green Lantern race Clinton to the very dawn of time. With all of creation at stake, the episode humorously pulls a sudden reset to the first scene.
That all really happened?
Think so.
Then we won.
And Clinton is condemned to an ironic fate, trapped forever in an infinitely looping domestic squabble as the rest of the world ticks on safely. The Once and Future Thing is a rollicking adventure, striking the ideal balance between fan service and drama. It's the perfect season finale for Unlimited's first year of adventures. Season 1 was a hit with audiences and critics, and was even more of a dream show for DC fans than Justice League was. Despite this success, however, the creative team moved forward under the assumption that Unlimited would only run for 2 seasons. Having been stung by the sudden cancellations of Superman the Animated Series and Batman Beyond, they wanted to ensure Unlimited would come to a satisfying conclusion, so they decided to pull the trigger on their most ambitious story yet, the Cadmus arc. The Cadmus arc is by far the best storyline in the entire DC animated universe. It is intricately woven through Justice League and Unlimited, and inadvertently builds on strong threads established as far back as Superman's final episode Legacy. The arc is built subtly over the years. Seemingly standalone episodes in which the League deals with a one-off threat are later revealed as key pieces of a much larger narrative, a narrative which pushes the characters into darker territory than ever before and raises serious questions at the very heart of superheroes as a concept. The Justice League uncover a government conspiracy which aims to create weapons capable of defeating the League. However, when they choose to stand up to this new threat, they risk igniting a war which could bring an end to the world. What makes the Cadmus arc so brilliant is its nuance. The League is not facing off against an evil, mustache-twirling villain, but a group of highly intelligent and resourceful people who are not wholly in the wrong. At first, Cadmus fits the bill as the evildoers the League believe them to be. In the episode Fearful Symmetry, Cadmus uses a clone of Supergirl as their assassin. They later use similar technology to create a team of genetically engineered metahumans who can one day take on the Justice League. When the Ultramen become aware of what they are, Cadmus tries to cruelly dispose of them like broken tools. It's also later revealed that Cadmus created the monster Doomsday as a weapon to kill Superman. The conflict seems cut and dry until a pivotal scene where Batman confronts the project's leader, Amanda Waller. Here Waller shows her mettle and is actually able to render the Dark Knight speechless when he realizes how Cadmus's fear of the League is not unjustified.
If you present a threat to the world, the Justice League will take you down.
If we present a threat, you've got a spaceship floating over our heads with a laser weapon pointing down. In another dimension, 7 of you overthrew the government and assassinated the president. We're the good guys, protecting our country from a very real threat. You.
This turn of the tables suddenly highlights a streak of hubris which has been building up inside the League for a while. In Unlimited's first episode, the script questions what right the League has as self-appointed guardians of the globe. Right from the first scene, the League uses their power over another. When Green Arrow refuses to join, he's teleported to the Watchtower and essentially shanghaied into joining. Then during his first mission, Supergirl and Captain Atom repeatedly question why they should have to ask a nation for their permission to help them. After all, the Justice League is there to do good, right? The episode Dark Heart reveals the Watchtower's orbital superweapon, which was created and deployed without any care as to how the world would feel about it. In the Doomsday Sanction, Superman even attempts the same heat vision lobotomy on Doomsday, which was Lord Superman's signature move. In both instances, there's always a justification. The League would obviously never use their weapon to harm anyone, and Superman was in a desperate situation. When the League renders judgment on Doomsday and banishes him to the Phantom Zone, it once again seems justified, but just how far can these kinds of rationalizations go?
Passing judgment like gods, with our superpowered army and our orbiting death ray? Cadmus is right to be scared.
The extent to which the League have strayed is brilliantly highlighted in the episode Clash, which introduces Captain Marvel, aka Shazam. The writers cleverly evoke the comic book rivalry between Shazam and Superman by characterizing the former as the chipper, morally uptight Boy Scout Superman is often accused of being. Yet his innocent worldview is met with criticism when the League scolds him for inadvertently endorsing Lex Luthor for president. Rather than meeting Shazam as an equal, they instead lecture him from across their table, seemingly more worried about their public image and personal vendettas than understanding Shazam's perspective. This apparent underlying narcissism comes to the fore when Superman suspects Luthor of another scheme, but rather than investigating to be sure, the Man of Steel wrecks the event, provoking the well-meaning Shazam into a physical confrontation. Their fight is truly a clash of titans, which causes unprecedented levels of destruction. The battle is smartly choreographed, showing both heroes as being equal in power, but Superman as the more experienced fighter. As the dust clears, Luthor is vindicated, showing the pointlessness of the battle. And to drive the point home, the episode ends with Shazam resigning from the League. Though dismissed at first as naive and immature, Shazam's parting words are powerfully resonant.
I believe in fair play. I believe in taking people at their word and giving them the benefit of the doubt. Back home, I've come up against my share of pretty nasty bad guys, but I never had to act the way they did to win a fight. You don't act like heroes anymore.
Clash is also another reminder of the power imbalance between the heroes within the League and with regular people. Superman, Wonder Woman and Shazam may be able to punch asteroids out of the sky, but a well-placed punch could be the end of the likes of Green Arrow or Black Canary, whose street-level adventures provide a crucial contrast. Canary's fighting prowess and supersonic scream are effective against street thugs, but even low-level metahumans prove a challenge. What hope does a regular citizen have?
Look, I'm a reporter, not a public relations person, but with all the muscle you guys throw around, you're starting to scare me.
We come on a little strong sometimes, but it's for the people's own good.
That sounds like something Lex would say.
Don't even joke about that. I'm nothing like Lex Luthor.
The innate danger of metahumans is shown even more clearly in the episode Task Force X, in which a Cadmus Black Ops team attempt a heist on the Watchtower. By framing the narrative from the squad's point of view, the main recurring and background characters who are familiar to the viewer turn into the insurmountable and possibly even deadly obstacles commonplace in any good heist plot. The task force is made up of capable rogues, but in an open fight with most League members, they wouldn't stand a chance. This is an element of the arc which builds on a dark scene from the Superman episode Legacy, in which Superman intimidates Dr. Hamilton. The scene is later reprised when Superman confronts Hamilton's involvement with Cadmus. Though Hamilton wins the verbal bout, underneath he's terrified. The arc boasts some incredible voice talent, such as CCH Pounder as Amanda Waller, Robert Foxworth as Dr. Hamilton, and J.K. Simmons as General Eiling. However, the show stealer has to be Jeffrey Combs as the Question. The Question is one of the most unique characters among the League, someone who walks the razor's edge between utterly ridiculous and insanely cool. His hard-boiled detective persona stands out among the lineup of roguish fighters, fantasy mages, tech geniuses, and aliens, but the commitment to the trope is also used for subtle humor. Even on a space station, Question's room is a dark office with walls plastered in conspiracy boards. It's as if he can't help himself. Combs is perfectly cast in the role, having made a career out of lending thespian gravitas to B-movie material. He handles the, at times, ridiculous dialogue with ease, constantly talking like he's narrating a classic Hollywood noir, but without ever slipping into self-parody.
What? Do you go through my trash?
Please. I go through everyone's trash.
As Lex Luthor nears the presidency, the Justice League and the US government are set on a collision course. Rather than the standard superhero plot to foil the bad guys, the Cadmus arc sets events in motion which seemingly have too much momentum to correct. The flashpoint for this conflict comes in an epic four-parter at the end of the season. To avert the disaster he sees coming, Question tries to murder Lex Luthor, but is captured, precipitating Superman's direct attack on Cadmus and a one-on-one fight with Captain Atom. The situation escalates even further when Luthor hijacks the Watchtower's laser weapon and fires it at Cadmus. When the League's founding members turn themselves in as a gesture of good faith, all hell breaks loose when Waller orders the Ultramen to attack the League directly. The apocalypse scenario seems inevitable until Batman breaks into Cadmus to confront Waller and expose Luthor as the true mastermind behind the plot. Just as it seems Waller and the League have triumphed, a shocking twist turns the tables once again. As is characteristic of the arc, the groundwork for this twist is laid in plain sight, as Luthor's fatal kryptonite poisoning is mysteriously cured, and he suddenly gains enhanced strength and durability. With his back against the wall, Brainiac is revealed in a visceral bit of body horror as the cause of Luthor's change. With two of the most powerful villains on the loose, the League and Cadmus join forces to save the world. At first glance, the Luthor-Brainiac twist is a cop-out, an unambiguous evil villain which undercuts the nuanced conflict between Cadmus and the Justice League. However, on closer inspection, this is a fitting resolution to several important character arcs and does resolve the question at the heart of the narrative. In this ultimate showdown, the founding members remember what it means to be heroes again as they symbolically face off against their dark reflections.
I'm not like you! I'm nothing like you!
This is the part where you kill me, right? Come on. You know you want to.
But when the battle costs the Flash his life, Question's prophecy risks becoming true when Superman comes within a hair's breadth of killing Luthor.
I'm not the man who killed President Luthor. Right now, I wish to heaven that I were, but I'm not.
In choosing to let Luthor live, the League symbolically restores their conscience by rescuing Flash from the brink of death.
It's all over. Call off the airstrike.
You're absolutely sure?
Positive, Mr. President.
The Cadmus arc ultimately comes down to trust. The conflict arises from the absolutist positions of both sides. Cadmus and the League see themselves as the default protectors of the world, jostling for power. But in a world of Brainiacs and Lex Luthors, neither side has a monopoly on world safety. The solution is to open a dialogue. For the League to protect Earth, they need to be trusted, but trust goes both ways.
Quis custodiet ipsos custodies.
Who guards the Guardians? We got it covered.
The Cadmus arc is a stunning storytelling achievement. It delivers all the spectacular superhero action one could ever ask for, but frames that action in a rich character-driven narrative, underpinned by weighty ideas and resonant themes. It's a story to rival the likes of Watchmen and Kingdom Come. Even in a post-Infinity Saga world, Justice League Unlimited's Cadmus arc still hasn't been topped. Following the Cadmus arc, the final episode was intended to round off the entire DCAU in Epilogue. In a flash forward to future Gotham, Terry McGinnis interrogates Amanda Waller after discovering he is a genetic clone of Bruce Wayne created by Cadmus. Epilogue is another treat for Batman Beyond fans, who are finally given a satisfying conclusion to the series. However, the revelation of McGinnis' true parentage proved controversial with those fans, and I have mixed feelings about it myself. The idea that Cadmus would clone Bruce Wayne and plan to murder Terry's parents to create a new Batman is incredibly contrived. The reasoning is that the world needs Batman so badly that Waller took it upon herself to make one. Yet Superman and the Justice League are still alive and kicking in this period. Gotham certainly suffered without a caped crusader, but it's a stretch to say the whole world can't do without Batman. While the jury is still out on this twist, I've always appreciated the script's meditations on Batman as a character. The Dark Knight is often fetishized for his darkness and angst. Some fans will claim that his darkness brings complexity and makes him superior to more traditionally virtuous heroes like Superman, but this reading of the character has always felt shallow to me. In Epilogue, Terry seems to take this exact stance, feeling cursed by the Batman mantle, and like the promise of his life has been snatched away from him. However, Amanda Waller reveals the truth of Batman in a touching flashback sequence where he sits with Ace as her growing powers slowly kill her. Despite his dark, brooding nature, Batman is a hero who cares for people and doesn't want to see anyone else die.
And for all that fierce exterior, I've never met anyone who cared as deeply about his fellow man as Bruce Wayne. Except maybe you.
With that coda, Epilogue brings the universe full circle, reprising the very first scene from Batman the Animated Series.
Did you see that?
It's the perfect bookend to this animated saga. Or at least, it should have been. Contrary to the creative team's expectations, Justice League Unlimited was renewed for a third season. Having pulled the trigger on their most ambitious and weighty story arc in Season 2, the producers pivoted to something lighter in the show's third year. Lex Luthor, still hearing Brainiac's voice, escapes from prison and falls in with Gorilla Grodd and his new villain team, the Legion of Doom. Within this arc, Lex Luthor effectively becomes the show's protagonist, as he struggles to overthrow Grodd and take control of the Legion. Meanwhile, the League, now split between the Watchtower and their new base on Earth, takes on a more reactive role. The arc is a lot of fun, facilitating strong action and a variety of interesting team-ups, but there's no denying it's a step down from Season 2. For as large as the Legion of Doom is, the action rarely grows beyond the scale seen in episodes like Injustice for All or Secret Society. There's no gigantic battle where both armies face off in the ultimate showdown. The Legion's actions are also somewhat aimless. Rather than concocting some grand master plan, the Legion cycles through a series of unrelated schemes, ranging from world conquest to simple robberies. There's never a sense of the arc building to anything substantial. Outside the Legion, the season has other weaknesses, such as the appearance of Hawkman. Next to the ferocity and passion of Shayera, Hawkman comes across as rather bland, and there's little to no chemistry between the two. While Hawkman's entrance falls flat, Supergirl's exit is too contrived. Her final episode, Far From Home, suffers from single-episode romance syndrome. She chooses to stay in the 31st century after falling in love with Brainiac 5, but the romance is rushed. They meet, share some superficial interactions and fight some bad guys together, but then all of a sudden the script insists the two are in love, without anything to back it up. The final scene of the episode where Clark watches her goodbye message is touching, but ultimately the episode is emotionally unsatisfying. All that being said, there are stronger elements worth highlighting. Since the end of Justice League, J'onn J'onzz hasn't had much to do in Unlimited, and this is made into a plot point in Season 3. After spending months on end coldly observing the world from the Watchtower, the episode To Another Shore sees him temporarily leave the League to go off on some soul-searching. Though this means J'onn is absent for most of Season 3, it's better not to waste such a great character. Patriot Act is a strong standalone episode, which deals with the fallout of the Cadmus arc. When General Eiling takes a super soldier serum, he attacks a group of D-list League members in order to, in his mind, protect the people of Earth from the meta-human threat. The episode is a loving tribute to the more obscure heroes of the DC universe. Members who were only background players before are given a chance to shine on screen.
Well, you wanted Superman, now you got the Crimson Avenger and my ex-sidekick.
General Eiling is not unsympathetic as an antagonist, and this nuanced perspective carries echoes of what made the Cadmus arc so strong. The Flash, meanwhile, leads two terrific episodes. Flash in Substance sees his most iconic villains team up to take revenge. Not only is the episode visually creative, but it's also touching, such as in the scene where Flash calmly talks down the Trickster.
James, you're off your meds, aren't you? Listen, James, you're wearing the suit again.
I am? Well, what do you know?
Tell me where those guys went, and I promise to come see you in the hospital. We'll play darts. The soft kind.
The Great Brain Robbery sees Flash and Lex Luthor swap bodies with amusing results. In a clever wink to the audience, Michael Rosenbaum gets to play his own Lex Luthor.
If nothing else, I can at least learn the Flash's secret identity. I have no idea who this is.
But Clancy Brown is a revelation as a comedic performer, as he nails Flash's mannerisms.
You gonna wash your hands? No, 'cause I'm evil.
Season 2's epilogue was a thoughtful goodbye to the DC animated universe, but the Season 3 finale is a fireworks display of non-stop action and fanservice. In the penultimate episode, Alive, Luthor transports the Legion to deep space in search of the last remaining fragments of Brainiac. After putting down a revolt within his ranks, his plan inadvertently resurrects Darkseid. After reclaiming Apocalypse, Darkseid immediately launches an invasion of Earth, forcing the League and the Legion to team up and stop Darkseid once and for all. The animation team pulls out all the stops for this sprawling worldwide battle, however it's the character beats which make the action so memorable. Jean makes a surprise return amidst the invasion, having found that human connection he was looking for. Other standout moments include Batman dodging Darkseid's Omega beams. But it's Superman's showdown with his ultimate nemesis which is the real highlight. Their fight packs in the same brutality as their confrontation in Twilight, this time completely obliterating the Daily Planet building. But Superman's mid-battle monologue is badass.
I feel like I live in a world made of cardboard, always taking constant care not to break something, to break someone. But you can take it, can't you, big man? What we have here is a rare opportunity for me to cut loose and show you just how powerful I really am.
However, this season has been Lex Luthor's story all along, and with the help of the mysterious Monitor, he finally ascends to godhood and takes Darkseid with him.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Yes. Yes, it is.
Having reached the heights of superhero action spectacle, it's back to business as usual. The Justice League gives the remaining Legion members a head start before racing after them. The final shot is a fan-pleasing roll call of the entire Justice League, as the Unlimited theme blares in the background, closing the book on this animated universe with the Dark Knight who started it all. I have loved superheroes for as long as I can remember. My passion for the genre is as old as my love for science fiction, having grown up with the Donner Reeves Superman movies and Sam Raimi's Spider-Man trilogy alongside the likes of Star Trek and Star Wars. The Marvel Cinematic Universe fulfilled many fans' dreams of a sprawling, interconnected superhero universe, but for me, the DC Animated Universe is the best piece of superhero media ever made, and is yet to be surpassed. I saw Batman the Animated Series when I was a child, but I didn't watch the rest until my late teens, and as I've gotten older, these shows have only gotten better. The DCAU is an adaptation made by a team who clearly love the source material, warts and all. It has a breadth to it which even the modern cinematic universes don't come close to. It is epic, sprawling and cosmic, but also grounded, gritty and personal. Colourful, funny and silly, but also intelligent, mature and thematically rich. Its rejection of contemporary trends and embrace of retro influences gives it a timeless quality. It feels like the definitive incarnation of this universe and these characters. At the time of writing, the DC Cinematic Universe is about to be relaunched, kicking off with James Gunn's new Superman movie. Fans have their fingers crossed that this new incarnation of the DC Universe is a hit, following the far more controversial DC Extended Universe. And I hope it does too, but at the same time, I already have my superhero universe. It may not be one made of flesh and blood, but that doesn't take away from its quality. In fact, it only reinforces it. Because superheroes are more than flesh and blood, and the DC Animated Universe is far more than a mere children's cartoon. If you enjoyed this video, consider leaving a like and subscribing to the channel to stay up to date on future uploads. You can see videos early, uncut and ad-free by joining me on Patreon. Thank you once again for watching. Have a good one.